Hello and welcome to the Cloud Strategies and Solutions Megacast event produced by ActualTech Media. Thank you so much for joining us on today's Megacast. We've got an incredible event lined up for you today. On this event, you'll learn from experts at Hewlett Packard Enterprise, Zerto, SolarWinds, Faction, Rubrik, Rapid7, Tuono, Nutanix, Red Hat, and NetApp. We've got the biggest innovators and leaders in the cloud space represented on the Megacast, and we want this to be an educational event. So bring your toughest cloud challenges, and we want to help you get your questions answered. My name is David Davis of ActualTech Media, and I'm excited to be your moderator on today's event. Before we jump into it, just a little bit of housekeeping that you need to be aware of. This is a megacast, and we have some mega prizes to give out. I'll be announcing the requirements to be eligible for the prize drawings in just a moment. I encourage you to use the questions box on the left-hand side of your audience console. Of course, we welcome all your good morning and greeting messages from across the United States and around the world, but just as importantly, we also welcome your technical questions about the cloud solutions being presented on today's event, because we'll be doing dedicated Q&A sessions with each of our presenters. So give me your toughest cloud challenges and we'll help you to get answers. I'll also have a few poll questions throughout the event, and of course, we appreciate your participation in those. We also want this to be a social event. I'll be tweeting about today's event over on Twitter. You can do the same using the Twitter icon on the bottom of your console, and the hashtag for today's Megacast will be automatically appended. And finally, resources. We have a number of resources listed there in the Handouts tab on the left-hand side of your audience console. I encourage you to check those out. We have PDFs, we have ebooks, we have links to special landing pages. So don't miss the resources in the Handouts tab. I said we had mega prizes, and we sure do. We're giving out 5 Microsoft Surface Pro X hybrid tablets. I wish I had one of these myself. These are amazing machines, and 5 of you on today's live presentation will be awarded one today. We'll also be giving out $500 Amazon gift cards after every presenter on the event today, which by my count is 9 $500 Amazon gift cards. Again, you must be present on the live event to be eligible for the prize drawings, and all prize winners must submit an IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. Full prize terms and conditions can be found in the Handouts tab. Now, until COVID-19 is beat, ActualTech Media has been donating $500 to Direct Relief for every Megacast, EcoCast, and Summit event that we run. So you indirectly, by supporting the Megacast, are also supporting Direct Relief, and we very much appreciate your support. We've also been partnering with the One Tree Planted and the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund charities in partnership with the Gorilla Guide Book Club. You can download full-length educational ebooks from gorilla.guide. Make sure that you check that out. The hashtag for today's event is ATM Megacast. You can follow ActualTech Media on Twitter, and you can follow me as well, David M. Davis. Don't forget to follow us as well on YouTube, Facebook, and our 10 on Tech podcast, as well as LinkedIn, where we post all of our latest and greatest content. You can find social media icons on the top right-hand side of your audience console as well. Now, before we do a couple of poll questions and I introduce you to today's first presenter, I want to try to help set the stage for today's topic around cloud strategies and solutions. And anytime you talk about a strategy and a new solution, the first question, in my opinion, as a former IT manager myself, is why? Why are we doing this? Why is this important? Why do we need this? Cloud might be cool, but why? Why do we need the cloud and cloud-like solutions? Because it's not just all about public cloud. Well, the answer is that traditional legacy infrastructure is in many cases inefficient, complex, costly, and increasingly is just simply not meeting the needs of the business. And you, as IT pros who've been managing legacy infrastructure for many years, I'm sure already know how inefficient legacy software and hardware can be. So how does cloud help? Well, whether it's public cloud, private cloud, or hybrid cloud, it's going to give you greater efficiency, greater agility for the business and the IT organization as a whole. And this feeling of infinite scalability, as well as pay-as-you-go and utility-based pricing, which is going to allow you to move from CapEx to OpEx spending, something that the executives and the CFO are going to love. And most importantly, the idea here is to allow the IT organization, that's you, to focus on the business and the business critical applications. You shouldn't be spending your time upgrading the SAN or restriping LUNs or recabling the infrastructure or speccing out new servers for every new application and racking and stacking. When your power users need new applications, they should be able to go to a self-service portal, point, click, and get the applications that they need. And you should be working in the background to make that easy and simple. Unfortunately, there's a lot of confusion around cloud, and I blame marketing people to some degree, right? Cloud has been over marketed to the point that some of us aren't even quite sure exactly what cloud is when we talk about cloud. That's because there's multiple forms of cloud. There's private, public, hybrid, enterprise, multi-cloud. There's everything as a service, software as a service, infrastructure, disaster recovery, so many different ways to leverage the public cloud. And there's also great differences between cloud offerings. There are incompatibilities in many cases between on-premises and cloud images, differences in management models and paradigms between on and off. And in my opinion, that's why this event is just so important. We're here to clear up the confusion, to get your questions answered, to help make you and your company more efficient, to help save you and your company time and money, and finally, to help you and your company be more agile and competitive. In my opinion, these types of educational virtual events where you can learn about so many different solutions all in one place quickly and efficiently are more important than ever before. So, once again, thank you to everyone in our audience for joining us, and thank you to our expert presenters. We've got a great megacast lined up for you today. Before we get started, I've got a quick poll question for you. All right, I've just brought up our first poll question here of the event, and that says, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing solutions at your company? Primarily here talking about cloud solutions. This is our first of a number of poll questions during the event, and I'll give you a few moments to answer this one. If you haven't answered these polls before, you just do it right there in the slides window. Select the option that corresponds to you and your company. And of course, the reason we're asking this is just to find out, what's your priority for implementing new and innovative cloud solutions at your company. All right, thank you everyone who has answered that poll question. We do appreciate it. If you don't see the poll question, I encourage you to push refresh on your web browser. As far as picking an answer, I see that question coming in. Just select it right there in the slides window, the time frame that corresponds to you and your company. Again, if it doesn't work, push refresh on your web browser. Chrome is the recommended web browser, and that 99% of the time that will clear it up. All right, thank you everyone who answered that poll. We do appreciate it. It's now time to kick off today's Megacast. Our first presenters on the event today are Mr. Ken Huffman, Zerto Category Manager at HPE, and Mr. Andy Fernandez, Product Marketing Manager at Zerto. Ken and Andy, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Great to have you on.
Pleasure to be here.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thanks for being on, guys. Take it away.
Great. Thank you very much. Good day, everyone. Thank you for joining this Cloud Strategies and Cloud Solutions webcast. We've already been introduced, Ken, me, and then Andy as well. We're HPE and Zerto, so we've got a great partnership with Zerto. Really, their product fits well into our portfolio of products. And I've got a lot to cover today being HPE and having so much in our portfolio, so it's going to be very high level and going to dive right through it. So here's the agenda. We'll cover just a little bit about cloud strategies, get into HPE and how we're cloud enabled, then talk about HPE and Zerto, talk about some business cases with Zerto, and then I'll turn it over to Andy for him to go deeper on Zerto. So first off, very briefly, the conundrum I think we all have is what workloads to move where. Is it on-prem? Is it public cloud? Is it edge, private? That's what we're trying to solve on a day-to-day basis. And with HPE, we believe hybrid cloud is the future. So edge cloud, private cloud, and then public cloud, all of those come together to build a solution for your individual needs. And there's no one size fits all with cloud. I think we all know that. But we need on-demand, basically build once, deploy anywhere. We need elastic at scale. So again, any cloud, whether it's edge, core, or public. And then probably, we just heard about this from the intro, consumption. Everything is a service, and HPE really shines there. We've got our GreenLake platform that I'll cover here in a little bit. So let's dive in. So why HPE? Let's start there. First off, we're open and unbiased. We support all the major clouds and open source or an open platform is HPE's strategy. Number two, we've got 1,000+ cloud transformation projects globally, and that's continuing to grow. And that's via our HPE PointNext services and support arm. And then lastly, that as a service message we just talked about. So HPE GreenLake, we're the market leader with as a service. And we're going to spend a little bit of time here. So this is the Intelligent Data Platform. This is our portfolio of storage products that are the underpinnings for these solutions we're going to talk about. So go over these very briefly. So on the left is mission critical. We've got tier zero products like HPE Primera and HPE 3PAR. Then we've got, we're calling it general purpose, but Nimble, if you know that product, is very close to tier zero product 6.9s. And then SimpliVity is hyperconverged infrastructure, HCI, which is basically a data center in a box for a very basic term. It's the compute, storage, networking all bundled into one product managed by one interface. Moving on to secondary, we've got HPE RMC, which is Recovery Manager Central, and that is data copy management essentially. So you can move snapshots and backups between and around HPE products. And Store Once being one of them. That's our backup target, which has the Catalyst API for additional performance as well as a dedupe. And then lastly, AI and analytics. That's becoming more and more prevalent today. We are, in this data explosion era, and we need to analyze that data for benefits, right? So we've got HPE has acquired Blue Data and MapR, and those are essentially enable analytics and ML products to be deployed much easier. Then you're looking to the right in any cloud. So looking at the edge, the SimpliVity product I talk about, it's an HCI product, is well suited for the edge. It scales compute and storage together. And then MapR as well, doing analytics at the edge. Again, we're not shipping data back to the core. More and more we're doing data crunching and the analytics at the edge. Or outside of the core anyway. And so MapR, you can see there, that's our product, and in this case is sitting on a JBOD, but MapR can sit really anywhere. And then looking at the private cloud or on-prem, you've got SimpliVity as well, and then we introduced Nimble DHCI. So that D is kind of funky. So HCI is hyperconverged infrastructure. The D stands for disaggregated. And if you think of aggregated as together, disaggregated as separate or apart. So what Nimble DHCI does is it lets you scale compute and storage individually. And then lastly, HPE Primera, our tier zero storage paired with Synergy, which is our composable infrastructure or software-defined infrastructure, if you want to look at it that way. And then moving to hybrid cloud again, we are beginning to crunch data and analyze out in the cloud. So we've got MapR and Blue Data, which you can deploy in the cloud to do just that. And then also we've got Cloud Volumes and Cloud Bank, which I'll get into here in a little bit. Oh. I always forget this. InfoSight is very key. So InfoSight is our predictive analytics. It's self-healing, self-managing, self-optimizing. We got this in an acquisition of Nimble, and that's part of the reason we acquired Nimble. And so InfoSight has 10 years worth of data collection, so many years ahead of the competition, and it provides cross-stack analytics across our entire storage portfolio. And then to wrap things up again, here's the word GreenLake. Everything is a service. So we can, I'm going to talk more about this, but we can take all of this and deliver it as a service. Here's an example. So this is Nimble DHCI, that disaggregated HCI product. With Cloud Volumes, we have services in Cloud Volumes that allow native bidirectional data mobility to the cloud, whether it's Azure or AWS. And that storage is based on Nimble, which is much higher performance resiliency. And it gives hybrid cloud backup and DR capabilities, agility for DevOps, and then enables container apps in the hybrid cloud as well. Containers is a huge topic that we can't talk about today, but I'll just throw out the word Esmerel. That's a new suite of products or a solution that we've announced within HPE, and it addresses container mobility with hybrid cloud. So here's the HPE Cloud Volumes suite of products. Cloud Volumes block is fully connected to on-premises infrastructure. It's efficient and secure bidirectional replication without egress costs. You run compute in EC2 or Azure, and then we've got Cloud Volumes Backup. Similar technology, again, based on Nimble. Backups are secured and backup target infrastructure is maintained by us, by HPE. Backup any product in our storage portfolio with RMC. Remember I talked about Recovery Manager Central for HPE 3PAR and Primera or Nimble. Then we've got Cloud Bank Storage. That's backing up to store once via Catalyst API, and then you can push those off to the cloud, whether it's cold storage, archive, whatever your choice is. And again, wrapped around all this is HPE InfoSight, which I talked about. GreenLake. So mentioned GreenLake, everything as a service. So this is GreenLake is all managed by HPE. It's as a service, consumption-based, pay for what you use. So think about electric, gas, and water at home. You can't have, it's not practical to have a water treatment plant in your home. So this is exactly what HPE is doing. Is we're the water treatment facility, so to speak, for GreenLake, and we deliver everything as a service. You pay for what you consume, and we can build solutions around these services like containers, private cloud, compute, bundle what you need, put it together, deliver it as a service. And GreenLake is the cloud that comes to you. So whether it's the edge, the core, or the public cloud, it's a self-service product, pay per use, scale up and down, and it's managed for you by HPE. So it's the cloud that comes to you. You don't have to pursue anything. We take care of it for you, bring it to you. So that's it for the HPE portion. I'm going to dive into Zerto and HPE a little bit. So Zerto is an important part of our portfolio. It does plug some holes that we don't have. That's exactly why we have it in our portfolio. Andy's going to give you a good example of what Zerto does and how it fits into our HPE portfolio. But the point is we do collaborative testing with Zerto on HPE gear. And part of that output is white papers and collateral documenting the functionality of Zerto on our HPE gear. And yeah, you can see on the right side SimpliVity and 3PAR DL servers. Yeah, so all of our hardware we validate Zerto on, and it delivers multi-cloud environments. Zerto's a key of that. Lastly, we've done focus testing on SimpliVity and Nimble DHCI, like I've talked about. Those products, we can use Zerto to easily move workloads onto those platforms and then have a multi-cloud strategy with Zerto for DR, backup, recovery, et cetera. And lastly, I'll cover business cases. So this business case is compelling because it was a business we all know. I don't have the logo though, but it was a business in Florida with both the production and DR sites in Florida, unfortunately, and Hurricane Irma back in 2017. That's something it starts as a tropical storm, you watch it, and then probably 2 to 4 days prior to the event, the path, the strength of the hurricane, and Irma, of course, was very strong and it went right up Florida. They saw that and needed to react. They were already customers of Zerto, thankfully, and they knew what they had to do, and they knew what they could do, and that is spin the workload over at AWS, wait for the event to pass, and fail back. And now Andy's going to give you hopefully some more detail on that, but it was very seamless. They were able to go to AWS quickly, come back once the event failed or passed. What was their other option? How do you get that done in 2 to 4 day warning? Zerto's a very, very compelling product there. And then lastly, a well-known airline, and I'll mention that I do know several airlines run on Zerto, but this airline saw the compelling reason to use Zerto in their critical workloads only. And I say that because they deployed it on their critical workloads, but they quickly realized the benefits, that reduction in BCDR planning. You can create DR test reports in minutes, literally. You can move and consolidate and modernize workloads very easily. And once they realized those benefits, they decided to use Zerto throughout their entire infrastructure. And at the same time, they were cloud curious. Zerto got them into the cloud, and now they're able to freely move between cloud and on-prem and just balance their workloads accordingly. So again, Zerto, compelling product. And so I'll turn it over to Andy to cover more.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. My name is Andy Fernandez. I'm a product marketing manager here at Zerto. And as we've witnessed in the last 10 minutes, we've seen the tremendous value that HPE can deliver from an infrastructure perspective. But as we've already talked about, there's whole stuff like. And when we talk about that, it's really about being able to protect, to manage, and recover your data. So before we get into a little bit more of the details, let's just do a quick statement of who we are as an organization. And so what we do, Zerto converges cloud mobility, backup, and disaster recovery into a single, simple, scalable IT resilience platform. We started off with our bread and butter almost over a decade ago, focused explicitly on being the most premium DR product there was in the market. But what we realized as we've continued to grow is that our foundation of continuous data protection and our replication is something that can not only protect, your tier 1 to mission critical workloads, but really all of the workloads in your environment, even test and dev and stuff that is not production as well, right? So Zerto has expanded into a true platform with many capabilities for all recovery scenarios, but also for migration scenarios too. So if you think about that, at least at a high level and overview of the platform, it's really a foundation of continuous data protection, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But we solve for disaster recovery use cases, we solve for operational recovery use cases, and long-term retention. What we really mean by long-term retention and OR is data protection or backup. Not just being able to archive data long-term, whether it's on storage or in the cloud, or on-premise storage or in the cloud, but also your day-to-day recovery scenarios, right? Your file-level recoveries and the accidental deletions that organizations have to deal with. But we also pride ourselves, as it was already put previously, in a really good way, that we're unbiased, and we can deliver those same capabilities of same RTOs and RPOs at any cloud, whether it's using a service provider, using the public cloud, or a combination of those. And so when we think about it, it also is on a foundation of orchestration and automation as well, meaning that wherever your workloads are, whatever you're doing with it, you have the capabilities and the workflows to be able to manage it and protect it effectively. Now, let's get into a little bit more detail around what makes Zerto different, what makes it unique, from the backup competitors of the world, the legacy backup, or even the legacy DR as well. And first and foremost, it's our approach to replication. We offer hypervisor level replication that's near synchronous. And what it's doing is creating checkpoints every 5 seconds that allow you to roll back to thousands of checkpoints, whether it's for a disaster recovery scenario, and you can recover an entire site to seconds before, or it's something like simply recovering a VM, an application, or a file. That replication, because it is near synchronous and at the hypervisor level and doesn't depend on storage, doesn't require any agents, but most importantly, what it does is does not have an impact on your production environment, especially if you think about the nature of backup, legacy backup that delivers snapshots. Zerto does replication for all of these use cases as well. But you need a mechanism to be able to deliver that, and that mechanism is the Zerto journal. And what it does is simply gives you one GUI or one user interface to be able to select the point in time to recover, what are the policies that you want to use, what are the networking settings, and then you simply are able to recover a site, a VM, an application, or even a specific file or folder. Now, that's really, when we talk about replication, an RPO conversation. But what about RTOs? Well, how long does it actually take to recover some of this critical data? Well, it's always about application consistency. If you think about the nature of your enterprise applications, they're all based on multiple VMs. All these VMs make up one core application, especially for the critical ones. Now, when you have a backup job, essentially, most likely doing it overnight, you are creating what is called an incremental backup, meaning that you have different VMs that belong to the same application at multiple checkpoints, or actually copy points. And so what happens is it takes a very long time to be able to recover that consistently. With Zerto, we simply protect and treat your applications and all of the VMs that belong to that application as one consistent unit that makes it a lot easier and really delivers those RTOs that are required for today's enterprises. And apart from the core capabilities from a technical perspective, it's about simplicity. It's about not dedicating too much time, resources, and staff focused on your DR operations, focus on your backup operations. And it's already been mentioned when we talked about being able to automate your DR testing process and the reporting to be able to actually perform full cloud migrations within a few clicks. and also having complete visibility at any point in time of your environment. And those are the 4 core tenets of what makes Zerto different from any other DR, from any other cloud migration or even backup competitor. It's our replication, our recovery mechanism with our journal, the way we treat your applications, and how simple it is to use. Now, we've talked a lot about in cloud in today's presentation, right? And with Zerto, because we're unbiased or vendor agnostic, and because we're not in appliance or software only, we simply allow you to choose the infrastructure that you want, whether you simply are taking DR to cloud with a hybrid approach, or you actually have a full, robust multi-cloud strategy. With Zerto, you're able to simply connect and replicate to each one, but also come back from the cloud as well if you need to. And that's what makes it so important. Being one platform for multi-cloud and hybrid cloud, no additional SKUs, no additional tools or complexity. We treat all workloads the same, so regardless of the infrastructure. And we see that with a lot of our customers who enjoy using HPE infrastructure. And that's what makes it so valuable as well. Now, I talked a little bit about the having one GUI and one experience and what makes it so simple. We talked about having seamless orchestration and automation within 3 clicks. And regardless of how complex your environment is, how many data centers you have, how many clouds you're using, it's still one single management and one single view, or for lack of a better word, a single pane of glass as well. And all of this happens with no impact to your production environment. You have automated DR testing, automated reporting, and full visibility. Even in today's environment with Zerto Analytics, you have the ability to forecast what your storage, what your resource requirements will be if you wanted to move to the cloud, or if you wanted to move to another data center, or even expand how many VMs you're protecting as well. So that's a critical component that no matter how good the technology is, we always have to make sure that it's a simple experience that many folks in the organization can get familiar with. And to really summarize things, when we look at how HPE and Zerto work together, what are the key differentiators that Zerto has that makes it so easy to work with HPE? Well, first of all, especially with your critical applications, is having the industry best RTOs and RPOs. Having that same solution, that same performance expectations for both backup and disaster recovery. And you have that with the ability to have the orchestration and automation and the workflows that make that simple. And it's that continuous data protection approach for all of our VMs, but while still remaining vendor agnostic and not requiring another appliance to your infrastructure as well. And it's about ease and the ability to simply move to your workloads to the infrastructure or the cloud that works for your organization. We don't want to lock anybody into anything. And just in a summary, at the end of the day, what all organizations need in modern enterprise, that both HPE and Zerto can deliver jointly, it's continuous availability so that you have your resilient organization that's always on and delivering an always on customer experience. You're operationally efficient. You're able to streamline your resources, reduce costs, and accelerate and really focus on digital initiatives. And being able to have the freedom of infrastructure, right? Having multi-cloud agility to pick the infrastructure that you need. So with that, I want to thank you for your time, and I just want to provide one quick call to action. If you do have more information, we have provided some assets and data sheets here that you can download, but I also really recommend checking out the HPE Marketplace where Zerto lives as well, or even our Zerto website with HPE, so you can really see the full scope of our collaboration and our strategic alliance and what we can do. So with that, I know we're going to move on to the Q&A, and I want to thank everyone for your time and involvement.
Great presentation. Really appreciate that, Andy and Ken. Really excellent. We do have a number of questions here for you from the audience. And while we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question. The poll on the screen for everyone out there is, what additional information would you like about the HPE and Zerto solution? And we'll leave that up while we do some Q&A. Let's see, Rodney's saying that we use Zerto and we love it. It's great for creating temporary test environments. Good to hear that kind of feedback. There's a number of questions here for you in the queue for both of you. Let's see, where do we begin? So many good questions. I'll let you, Ken and Andy, review those questions. I'm going to start with this one, and that is for Zerto. They're asking, which clouds does Zerto support?
So with Zerto, we support Microsoft Azure, AWS, IBM Cloud, over 450 managed service providers, and we're also supporting VMware as a service models, or VMware on public cloud, with early support with Google VMware Engine, Oracle as well, and also the Azure VMware solution. We'll have a lot of exciting announcements that are going to come from that later this year.
Nice, a lot of flexibility there. Excellent. Another question, this one for HPE. Do you have an example of an HPE Zerto solution that was unique or compelling? Any kind of customer case study type thing like that you want to share?
Yeah, I think a good example just happened recently. We had a deal, a large HPE deal close. And they were standing up a DR site, and they had limited budget, of course, in this environment. And so they procured the hardware, but didn't have a means to do the replication between sites. They didn't have funding for it, essentially Zerto. So we worked with HPEFS to work out a deferred payment plan so that the customer could stand up that DR site, deploy Zerto, when they didn't have budget to do it, and get that DR going. And then, I don't know when their payments will be due, but the point is HPEFS in our current, COVID environment has $2 billion set aside for any number of different financial assistance programs, if you want to call it that. And so, yeah, this was a really neat example of a customer that had to stand up a DR site, didn't have the budget to essentially complete it, and HPEFS came in and got them what they needed on time. So, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Love to hear success stories like that. All right. Next question here, and I'll send this back to Ken, or I'm sorry, back to Andy here about Zerto. They're asking, what can we expect from Zerto in the future? Anything new on the horizon?
Yeah, absolutely. First and foremost, you're going to see us continue to establish ourselves in the backup market. You're going to see it from a product perspective and a few other strategic decisions that are being made, especially with our upcoming launch. So stay tuned for that, but also stay tuned for some of the announcements that we already made at ZertoCon and our tech preview program for containers. And Ken had already mentioned that as well. That's something that we're also focusing on in the future. And you can actually go back and see some of the presentations that we had at ZertoCon for that. So I would stay tuned, not just for the next gen application stuff with the containers, but also what Zerto is going to be doing to really introduce a new era of backup.
Very nice. Very nice. And here's a good question we should probably clarify. They're asking, does Zerto work without HPE? Is it a standalone solution?
Yes. So Zerto is a software-only standalone solution, but because it's so simple to use and easy to integrate, it can be a very cohesive solution with the infrastructure like HPE that works well with us.
Excellent. And then there's another question here. They're asking the difference between Zerto and SimpliVity's rapid restore. Could one of you kind of compare, contrast how those are similar or different?
They are very similar. So yeah, Andy, I'm not sure if you know SimpliVity Rapid Recovery, but they are similar. They are both hypervisor based, but Zerto has the journal that Andy talked to. So there's significant differences between the capability of that rapid recovery. So yeah, the journal is one. DR compliance testing is another. So SimpliVity is my product. It's HPE, but I will say that Zerto is a step above that. It's a more complete solution.
Okay. Excellent. Yeah. Thank you. And then here's another one. I'm not sure who wants to take this. Just around security concerns about storing data in the cloud. I mean, if we replicate our data with Zerto up to a cloud, how do we know that it's going to be secure? What level of protection is offered?
Yeah, absolutely. And ultimately with Zerto, we comply with all security requirements, and we also really focusing on making sure that the components of our architecture and the data in flight is encrypted. So we make sure to be very secure about our approach to that. And if you look at our release notes, launch over launch, we're really focusing on continuing to make sure that data is secure, that it is encrypted, and that it is compliant. But also, because of the flexibility that you get with Zerto and the ability to specifically pinpoint RPOs of seconds, we also really offer a very strong ransomware recovery. scenario. So we see a lot of organizations that don't use their backup. They actually use Zerto for ransomware recovery because it's a lot easier and a lot more seamless to be able to pinpoint seconds before moment of encryption. So both the way that we treat our architecture, but also the value that we get from a security perspective is there. But I would love to send some more information to that person as well.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. Here's another good question, and I want to know the answer to this one, actually. What is HPE Ezmer? You're going to have to correct me.
Ezmeral.
Ezmeral.
Yeah, Ezmeral. Yep.
And what does it have to do with
Yeah,
containers?
so it's a container platform. It's the industry's first enterprise-grade container platform designed to both deploy native cloud and non-cloud native applications. And it's built on, it's a solution, right? So it's built on the Anthos platform, which Google started years ago. And then we use Kubernetes for the container orchestration, and then storage products like Nimble HCI to push things off to the cloud. And the key thing about containers is you are able to remove the virtualization layer, right? So containers can sit on bare metal and remove that cost, complexity, and maintenance of the virtualized layer. So yeah, I think, cloud era started, maybe 2010? I think the container era started in the last year or two, or recently anyway. So containers are really coming on strong. So we've got Ezmeral as our container platform.
Excellent. All right, cool. Well, I look forward to learning more about that. Next question here, John is asking about Zerto licensing. Can you talk briefly about the licensing model?
Yeah, absolutely. So Zerto, at the moment, we license per VM. And one of the most important things is that with Zerto, whether it's perpetual subscription, the platform is a true platform. Every capability that I've described, every use case, every recovery scenario, all falls under one single SKU. And so what you see is what you get. It's per VM so that you can scale according to your needs.
Nice. All right, let's see, we're running through all these good questions here quickly. Next one. What's the difference between 3PAR and Primera?
It's a great question. So they are sister products, if you want to call it that. So they're very similar, but they're also very different. So Primera is the quote-unquote next-gen 3PAR. It's completely redesigned, but uses the basis of 3PAR for its concept, I guess is what you want to call it. So Primera is by far the better product. It's better, newer, faster, all of that kind of stuff. We've built in artificial intelligence and machine learning for predictive analytics on board. So, of course, it's a new product, so we're replacing 3PAR with it, and 3PAR will eventually go end of life. But it's a more compelling product just because it's newer, better, faster.
Nice. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session here. Hopefully you guys can get back to some of these maybe more technical questions after the event. But a really great presentation. Thank you so much for being on today, Ken and Andy.
Thank you very much for having us.
All right. And that brings us to our first prize announcement. We have our first Amazon $500 gift card, and pulling up the prize winner's name right now. That's going to Patrick Sheen from California. Congratulations, Patrick Sheen from California. We'll reach out to you to deliver that gift card. And with that, we're moving on in the Megacast here to our next set of presenters. That is Mr. Dave Wagner, Senior Product Marketing Manager, and Pete DiStefano, Principal Product Marketing Manager, both at SolarWinds. Dave and Pete, are you there?
We are.
Excellent. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for joining. This is Dave Wagner, just so you can associate a voice with who's actually talking while we go through the presentation. We're going to do a short presentation today on application performance management and the SolarWinds capabilities here. And at the end of that, we'll do a short demonstration and then open it up for questions and answers. So first and foremost, we'll talk just briefly a little bit about what APM is and why it is. We'll talk about the major classes of use case and then really break it into two distinct elements. There's sort of the technology-centric side, if you will, call it server side, and it could be on-prem, it could be hybrid, it could be full-on cloud, but it's server side of application performance management. And then there's really the client side. What is the digital experience for those that are doing real-time transactions over the web using custom applications? What's their response time, their throughput, the availability of websites, page load speeds, things like that. Again, I mentioned before, we'll do a product demonstration of the integrated solution and then go to a question and answer. With that said, application performance management is an interesting term. It's been around for well over 20 years. It's been morphing. But generally speaking, I like to think of it as an umbrella term that covers the monitoring and management of the life cycle performance of software applications, all the way from when they're being built, tested, deployed, updated, continuing on in ongoing production. And it can include a lot of things. And the set of things that it includes has been growing over time. It started out with just code level profiling for people that remember way back in the Wiley days, where it was used to optimize the code performance of Java applications. It's gone way beyond just the performance of application code to now encompass infrastructure metrics, digital user experience, logs, and it continues to evolve. But basically, it's covering everything underneath the application, from the moment a user interacts with it to the moment a transaction is committed, a financial transaction or bookings or things like that. But it can include everything from code diagnostics all the way to end users' satisfaction levels. Now, it's helpful to understand what is driving the need for APM because it's being adopted at ever-increasing rates. And really, fundamentally, the thing that's been driving it and causing it to accelerate is digital transformation, where businesses are implementing ever more of their processes in custom applications in the hybrid and especially in the public cloud. Now, it's important to note that our experience has been in talking with thousands of customers globally, that the vast majority of companies that are doing these types of digital transformations are doing them in addition to their existing hybrid commercial application environments. Sometimes the application itself is bifurcated. Sometimes it's new custom apps are deployed in one arena, and older apps that are tied into on-prem databases are then data mined as part of that application. So there's a mix there. But bottom line is, generally speaking, it's not just a net new environment. Now, business success for these digital transformation initiatives at the high level, the executive level, is really measured by three main things as it relates to IT technology. These applications have to be up, i.e. available. They have to perform quickly. And very importantly, especially now as digital transformation is shifted into uber high gear due to COVID and more companies having to implement even more of their business processes and interactions with their customers and business partners in software, it has to be cost effective. Now, the technical challenges for APM span a lot of areas, but in these complex environments with virtualized everything, with a plethora of new application languages, with new non-SQL data stores, with continuous implementation, continuous delivery, CI/CD, and microservices-based architectures, it's very complex and difficult to determine specifically why things are not up and or why they are slow. So the real technical challenge is, how do you monitor all of this holistically so that you can optimize and fix in this constantly changing dynamic environment? So APM is interesting. It's not like traditional monitoring and management products, if you will, or solutions, in that it really is only focused on one set of use cases and personas. It's really anyone in the organization or across the organization that has a business stake in the performance of these custom applications. It might be the business leaders who are measured by profit and loss of new product lines that are being rolled out and supported by these things. For example, if you take the example of online banking, for banks that made the move from brick and mortar to online banking, they typically had a business leader who was tasked with the business success of that effort, as but one example. So it's anyone that has a business stake in the performance of these apps in terms of the cost, the response time, the throughput, or the errors. So it spans sysadmins and DevOps management teams, It spans monitoring engineering teams and groups, which we're increasingly seeing in hybrid organizations that are not 100% full-on net new in the cloud. They are consolidating monitoring roles into teams who have responsibility across all their technologies. It's certainly in the application development portion of the lifecycle, especially in CI/CD environments. It's database folks, because behind all these applications ultimately is transactional data of record, which lives in data stores. And then it's senior management in operations and application support. And again, as I mentioned before, it can also include sort of a dotted line out to business leaders who have a business stake in the business outcome of these applications and the technologies used to support them. So the SolarWinds APM suite is really designed to give customers unmatched visibility into all the logs and events, all the performance metrics, whether they be infrastructural or application, traces for the code, the hosts, and the digital user experience. So bringing all these things together so that you get that full stack visibility, observability, many people are calling it, from both the client side and the server side. And we refer to the client side as really outside in. And so that is things like uptime, page speed, synthetic transaction performance, real user monitoring of web applications from, if you will, outside the firewall. Server side is basically, think of everything that's actually doing the computes, doing the storage, moving the data around. And that includes the application code and logic. It includes the infrastructural elements and the services that are being used. And as well as it includes all the logs associated with all the elements of the application and of the infrastructure itself. So our solution is designed to bring together all of these in a simple, easy to use, and quick to get value, highly cost-effective solution to allow APM to be adopted by the masses, where traditional APM solutions, which have been very expensive, are difficult to justify. So let's talk a little bit about the use cases. Going to break them simply in the interest of time here into the two major buckets of use cases. There's the dev side and there's the ops side. Dev being while the application code and logic is being built out, it's very important for the development teams during their rollout phases to be able to test and optimize the performance and efficiency of their code while it's not yet into actual production. Do this not just to speed troubleshooting, but to help in the actual optimization of how the code and the code's logic is built. For those kinds of use cases, in that dev use case, we have our AppOptics solution for performance information, performance metrics for both the infrastructure and the application code itself. We'll show you a little bit of that in the demo at the end. For logs, we have our Logly product, which is basically designed to be able to aggregate logs from virtually any conceivable source, bring them all together with a set of analytics to further support that use case troubleshooting, eliminating bugs before it's too late during the dev portion of the life cycle. And then finally, Pingdom is our end user experience solution that allows IT technology professionals to test the performance while they're in development as the user would experience it. Where are the bottlenecks associated with the way page loads are, with the way page architecture is structured for support of the application, get that real-time insight and know how these things are working, and then avoid downtime when the application isn't available and be preset with an optimized environment. From an ops standpoint, it's really all about, in this case, real-time problem identification from client side all the way down to server side in the support of really two use cases. One, when issues occur, find them, fix them, get all the information together necessary so that you can find and fix as quickly as possible. The use cases for logs are identical. It's bringing together all those issues into one place, which is comprehensively made available so that they can speed that troubleshooting use case across those application and infrastructure logs in the context of the application code and the code logic itself. And then while you're deployed live in production, Pingdom's use case shifts a little bit to really focus on that real user experience. How is the actual end users, the end clients of these transactional systems experiencing the performance and throughput and availability of all the components downstream necessary to serve those transactions? So with that in mind, let me talk a little bit about our server-side application performance management components. And again, these are really designed to optimize the performance of applications and the underlying infrastructure supporting those applications using metrics, traces, and log monitoring. SolarWinds AppOptics has two main components. One component is designed around the infrastructure, the ability to gain performance metrics from the servers, the virtual hosts, the containers, and all the rest of the infrastructure necessary to understand in a turnkey fashion how all of these elements relate together in support of these applications, service topologies, for example, as well as understanding their performance over time. It delivers a series of heat maps. It's got built-in out-of-the-box intelligence and root cause analysis to identify where the most likely bottlenecks are in both a development and production environment. So folks using it don't need to be in-depth technical experts in the application code themselves. They can drill down to that level of detail if they wish, but they don't have to be experts at that level. And then as well, as it supports both legacy and new IT implementations, we have the ability with custom metrics to instrument existing applications, as well as well over 150 out-of-the-box integrations and plugins to all the leading data sources that you could imagine. Then from an application monitoring perspective, it's got a very powerful set of profiling and tracing capabilities. I mentioned before that root cause identification. So we have service and trace level summaries that literally say you spent 97% of your time when this problem was occurring doing database queries to your MongoDB, for example, rather than having to go through a classic waterfall trace. It also offers distributed tracing to tie it together, live code profiling, exception tracking, all the major capabilities that you'd want to see in an application performance monitoring solution are there in AppOptics. And then seamlessly integrated with AppOptics is the SolarWinds management solution. And analogous to AppOptics for APM, Loggly brings together all your logs from all your sources across all your platforms, whether they be cloud platforms and services, infrastructure, host and operating systems, web servers, endpoints, file monitoring, Kubernetes and Docker, automation and provisioning tools, integration, Logstash. There's just a huge list of those at an infrastructure level, as you would expect. And then again, from an applications and databases log standpoint, very broad support for all the modern languages, support for all the cloud data stores, support for additional services and components, tracking pixels. We've even got integrations with gaming platforms like Unity 3D. We have a saying, if it logs, it can log to Loggly. So Loggly, a comprehensive log management solution integrated with AppOptics. Pete, over to you.
All right, thanks, Dave. So now we're going to talk, as Dave mentioned, the client side, the outside-in perspective. And, it doesn't matter how many green lights you have up in an operations center that your infrastructure, your applications are all performing. If the end user experience is not a good one, then it doesn't matter. And that's why you need to look at both the client perspective as well as looking at it on the server side. So what SolarWinds Pingdom does, there's two elements. There's a synthetics monitoring and a real user monitoring. And both of those provide a user's perspective. Synthetic, it's a simulation of, say, a user's transaction or how a page is performing, where the real user monitoring is actual user experience. So on the synthetic side, anything from being able to just validate and test to make sure a web application is available, the APIs are available, the DNS, all the critical components that make up that application to make sure they're available. But then you go, as Dave mentioned a moment ago, looking at the page speed. How fast is a page loading? And what are all the elements that make up the total time it takes for that page to load? And calling out specifically which of those elements of when a page loads is taking up the most time. Maybe you've got poor JavaScript. Maybe you've got images that haven't been optimized. It can really help you quickly understand what that user's perspective is, and then what do you need to do to correct that. And then, of course, it's the simulating an actual transaction. I don't care if it's a commerce transaction where you're buying something. I'm going to quickly show you a demonstration using a hotel booking service. But it could be you could simulate just about any type of transaction, any type of workflow that a user would be doing with an application to see, is it performing? And the idea is to know before there's a problem with the actual user so you can rectify it. On the real user side, it's, again, equally important to understand what the actual user's experience is and understanding what their satisfaction is. We use industry standard scoring to provide basic customer satisfaction with that web application. It also identifies the performance as well as understanding what the behavior is. And the way the real user monitoring works, you could look at it based on a region. You could look at it based on the device, how is it performing for that actual user from a desktop versus a tablet versus a mobile product, and also based on the browser they're using. So the combination of synthetic monitoring and real user monitoring gives you a real high-level understanding, and then you can drill down deeper into understanding what the user's perspective is with those applications. What I'm going to do now real quickly is I'm going to jump in and show you all a little bit about what Dave and I have just been talking about. So I'm hoping you can all see our hotel booking site. This is a great site because there's 5-star hotels and they're only $10 a night. This is actually a site that we built to monitor, and it's based on a modern application. So the application that is built is based on microservices. So every element of the application has got multiple modules, from your front-end web tier all the way through to your booking service, your pricing service, etc. So I'm going to use this just as an example. Let me kind of quickly do a quick run-through of the products we just talked about. So this is just the home screen for AppOptics. It has application monitoring. You see the services here. By the way, those 11 services are the services that make up that hotel application. We have in the infrastructure. This just shows all the different plugins, and the minute you drop a plugin into AppOptics, you start collecting metrics information. There's out-of-the-box pre-populated dashboards. As you can see, here's an example of some of those dashboards. And then, of course, there's alerting. You can drill in and look at alerts on the screen. Not very interesting. Most important is you can set up an alert. It'll give you a Slack message, a PagerDuty message, a SMS, and that's the same with all these products. Alerting is very key because you want to know the minute there's an issue. I'll come back to this in a moment, but it's really straightforward with AppOptics. You've got your service or application monitoring infrastructure, your databases. You can drill into metrics. For Loggly, again, it's all about search, but Loggly has got a very powerful charting capability and dashboards to do analytics. And there's capabilities in all these products to automate the process, derive fields, a very powerful capability. So basically, with Loggly, it can build the searches before you have to type in anything that are very applicable to the application you're looking at. And then, of course, with Pingdom, as I mentioned, if you look at this uptime, page speed, and transactions, those are all synthetic monitoring capabilities, and then you have the real user monitoring. I won't be drilling into all of these, but as you can see here, the functionality, again, pretty straightforward, whether it be with AppOptics, Loggly, and Pingdom. And I'll just share with you something very quickly here. You can bounce back and forth between these products. It's one set of credentials, so it really makes it easy to move between them. And then I'm also going to show you here in a very quick user use case how these products can be used together. So I was talking about the transactions with Pingdom. So here's an example of our transaction monitoring, and this is for the hotel. And the hotel site on the east was having a problem. So I've got this transaction test, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into it. And what it basically does is it literally emulates the flow of a transaction. I'm going to run this while I'm talking again, but what's happening is this transaction, give me a second here. This transaction now is basically going step by step through every part of this transaction, just like a customer would, looking at the site, deciding what they want to do. And as you see here, we have an error. In the booking, it couldn't complete the booking. So now I know I have an issue. I know where it is. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into AppOptics, and I'm going to go into the application. And by the way, with AppOptics, I can look at the services. that make up the application in a list, and it tells me information. But I've got this map here. This is a fairly new capability. And as you can see here, the booking service is red. So when I click on it, I've got information here, and I can learn about these errors. I can drill down. What I'm going to do next is drill down into that service. And sure enough, and Dave used the same example, it's telling me right off the bat, the service is spending most of its time making queries to MongoDB. So here we have an example, and I'm going to go in now to the details, okay? And it'll give me even more information about that service. I'm going to go one more step and look at the transaction. So right off the bat, it took almost 8 seconds for this transaction to complete. And this detailed trace breaks it down for each layer of the transaction. And you'll notice of that 7.5 seconds, 6.52 seconds was just with the database. And if you'll go deeper, it'll show you the queries that made up all of that time. Matter of fact, oh my God, there's like 1,700 calls from 2 queries. This sounds like it could have a database issue or maybe a database design issue. One of the things that's very powerful is I can go down one more level and I can click on this little search logs button. And what it's going to do, it's going right into Loggly. And what it's done is for every one of those services that create a log. So you saw here there was 8 or 9 different layers of that transaction. Any one of those layers, whether it be the web tier, the booking service, whatever element it was, it would then associate and create take all of those log lines associated with that specific transaction and provide them here. So now I'm in Loggly here, and what I have basically is every log line associated with that transaction. Again, a capability to speed troubleshooting. So what I did want to show you too is, in addition to like this type of integration, this is actually an AppOptics dashboard showing Pingdom metrics, bringing in the client-side metrics to the server-side metrics. So as you, sorry about that. So I'll finish by telling you that whether it's AppOptics and it's dashboards that are out of the box, whether you customize them, whether it's the dashboards of charting with Loggly, or for that matter, the capabilities that I, again, don't have time to go into, showing different charts, automatic reporting that can show up in your email from Pingdom and AppOptics. A very powerful set of APM products together to help you quickly troubleshoot. All right, Dave, I'm going to pass it back to you. Let me stop sharing my screen.
All right, great. Thanks, Pete. And I'm glad you timed it as you did because my cell connection had dropped out and I had to redial in, so we were able to do it seamlessly. So at this point, we've covered APM. We've talked about the SolarWinds solution at a very high level and shown you some of the kinds of capabilities that we have, and we'd like to open it up for question and answer. If I could ask the host approximately how much time we have for Q&A.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation. Let's see here. We have roughly 2-3 minutes for some Q&A. So we got a lot of good feedback on the demo. People said it was really cool, really awesome. So kudos for taking the extra time to do the demo. While we do our Q&A, I'm just going to bring up this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the SolarWinds solution? First question that I see here that came in, they're asking about agents. How many different agents are needed to supply the data for this solution?
I'll take a cut at that, Dave, and you can jump in. So here's kind of the cool thing with AppOptics. You install an agent for your infrastructure, okay, and we call it the Snap agent. By the way, with Loggly, you don't need an agent, but if you did want to use an agent, there's different logs you can collect. It's the same agent. So if you install the Snap agent, you only have to install it one time. It can be used for both products. So it's one agent. Whether there's one for whether you're installing it on a Linux or a Windows environment. On the application side, we actually call it an agent, but it really isn't an agent. You're just installing some libraries in your Java application or PHP, and then it goes and starts running from there. So it's really just one agent, and we call it the Snap agent, and it's used between both. Pingdom does not require an agent the way it does its polling and its transaction checks, etc.
Okay, nice. And then there's a number of questions here coming in. I'm putting them in the folder there for you for review. One of them here that catches my eye is about the pricing model or licensing model for this for these solutions. How does that work?
All right.
With that one?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, so just to set some background, SolarWinds, some of you may be familiar with SolarWinds from our multi-decade history doing IT operations and network management solutions. SolarWinds has always prided itself on three things. One is the simplicity of our solutions, the ability of our customers to get up and running with the capabilities that they need to get their job done. And the other one is value. We have long been a value leader in network management, server management, database management, storage management, configuration management. The list goes on and on. We've applied both of those to our APM solution components and capabilities. And so the actual licensing models are slightly different between AppOptics, Loggly, and Pingdom. Pingdom, as you expect, because its value is really in two main buckets. One is real user monitoring. The other is synthetic transactions. We price for those separately, and you can mix and match to meet your needs. So we don't have these weird custom metrics or credits or things like that that are very difficult to understand. Loggly, as most log management solutions are priced, is priced on a combination of the volume of data that you are ingesting. And, oh, by the way, when you ingest with Loggly, we automatically index everything for you, as well as the duration you desire to retain the data. And then AppOptics is priced based on if you want to use either its infrastructure or its infrastructure plus application capabilities. And so we have two variants there that are basically, think of those as on a per host kind of basis. So it's simple, it's public, it's transparent. I'd urge you to visit our website, and we're confident that you'll find it to be the highest value solution on the market.
Excellent. Well, I think that's a great note to end on right there. I'm afraid we've run out of time in our live Q&A session, but there's a lot of questions in the queue. Hopefully you can get back to some of those electronically. It's been really great having you on. Thank you so much, Dave and Peter.
Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you all.
And thank you to SolarWinds for supporting today's event. Check out the handouts tab there in your audience console. If you click on that, you'll get a PDF under SolarWinds on drilling into application and infrastructure performance to learn more about the products that you saw there in the live demo. Cool stuff. Love the live demos. It's now time for our next prize announcement. We have another Amazon $500 gift card going to Joel Sakuda. Sorry if I mispronounced it. From Washington. Congratulations, Joel Sakuda from Washington. And our first grand prize, this is for a tablet, that's going to John Plunkett from Indiana. Congratulations, John Plunkett from Indiana. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Cloud Megacast. That is Mr. Matt Wallace, Chief Technology Officer at Faction. Matt, are you there?
I am. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Or afternoon, I guess, depending on where you are. Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining me today and Megacast as a whole. It's nice to be here. I love talking about some of the stuff. It's always nice to be able to chit-chat about data with folks. We're talking about multi-cloud and multi-cloud 101 today. So I'm hoping to get the chance to kind of dispel some myths, drop a little knowledge, talk about some of the things we've learned working with some large clients who are pursuing multi-cloud architectures, not as an accident or happenstance, but by choice, by design, because there's a lot of talk about this and the buzz is sky high. And one of the challenges when you're dealing with something that's new, that people don't have a great pattern for, but is talked about a lot in a very high-filled way, is that you kind of have to separate the wheat from the chaff. So we can dive into this, and I can talk a lot about real-world use cases. It's not very pitchy, so I'm going to touch only briefly on actually what we sell and what Faction brings to that. I'll try to drop a little bit in. Of course, we do solve some of the challenges here in a unique way, but we're doing a lot, I think, to talk about this from a technology strategy standpoint. So just a tiny bit about me. I've just been around the block for a while. I cut my teeth at Exodus Communications, which is this huge data center provider back in the day, and I've been all around, including places like VMware, Level 3, BioWest before coming to Faction. We have this quote from a Gartner analyst, which is, I think, interesting. He says, multi-cloud is no longer a matter of if, but when, and I won't read the whole thing, but it's funny that he talks about avoiding lock-in, he talks about resiliency, migration, he talks about agility, scalability, and elasticity, and I don't disagree with any of those things. However, he leaves out something very important from here, and there actually is another Gartner analyst that I love hearing from, who has talked a little bit more specifically about what I think is actually one of the biggest motivations for adopting multi-cloud strategy intentionally, which is the innovation across clouds. So we're going to get into that, but great quote nonetheless. So just to talk real quick, multi-cloud, I'm just going to put a definition on it here and say it's using more than one cloud for the purposes of gaining advantages unattainable with only a single cloud. That's actually pretty broad, one of the broadest definitions I think we've ever kind of tried to put on the take here. But people who stumble into multi-cloud, I like to call that multiple clouds. In other words, if you're using several clouds at the same time and you don't have any particular reason, and you probably could have done it in one cloud and it just sort of got away from you, that's not multi-cloud in my mind. And I'm sure some people would tag it as that. And likewise, if you're using Amazon for infrastructure services, but you're using O365 and Salesforce and ServiceNow, and you want to call that four clouds, because it's sort of a SaaS service and, a couple SaaS PaaS services along with your, Amazon footprint, I don't want to say that you're wrong to call it multi-cloud. It's just not falling under the definition that we use. So just for fun, let's kick this off with a poll and have everybody kind of throw your definition of this. What did it mean to you? And, this is kind of prior to my brief explanation, but, what's the thing that closest aligns with the way that you think about this?
Yeah, absolutely. The poll question there on the screen I want to call everyone's attention to says, what does the term multi-cloud mean to you? And so go ahead and select the option that corresponds to your answer, and in just a moment here I'll share the results. And I'm curious to find out what the clear winner is here, if there is one.
There's a real horse race going on, though, too. It started off one way and then pivoted another way entirely. It's just interesting to watch.
That's right. Yeah, this is a cool topic here, Matt. I'm glad that you're doing some education for the audience around this topic, because I'm sure it's a point of confusion for many out there.
Yeah, it's important to note, we're not out to create a sort of war over the semantics, and I don't really care what people use, but it is important to define it, because if I start talking to you about multi-cloud, of course, it's not meaningful unless, we all agree what we're talking about ahead of time. So I'm not saying any other definition is wrong, but really I am kind of focused on, the latter things here, and I'm happy to see, kind of picking the right cloud for each workload with a common strategy is the top. That's definitely, the thing that we have in mind when we think about this. But by the same token, depending on your circumstances, it's not wrong to use the terminology. It's still sort of in its infancy. But let's talk a little bit about why. So here's some of the things that we hear as advantages, talking about multi-cloud architectures from customers, from people out there who are kind of doing this live, who are looking for help with some of the challenges that they have. So great example here, saving money up front. I'll talk specifically more about that. Be more resilient. Of course, that's kind of obvious, and that could be either geographic diversity, or it could be literally having workloads spread across multiple clouds intentionally to avoid outages that are associated with a single cloud. I'm going to be honest, I don't think that there's a lot of value in that, in the sense that the clouds with availability zones do provide amazing tools to be resilient, and the amount of effort for 99.99% of organizations in going multi-cloud just for that will not be worth the outcome. Access unique services, though, this one ties into the last bubble on the right, the innovate faster bubble. And these matter a lot, because the truth is, in the early days of public cloud, everybody was kind of doing the same thing. Everybody had to have block storage, everybody had to have object storage, everybody had to have instances of this type, and then memory intense instances, then compute intense instances, et cetera, et cetera. And there's still a lot of commonality between those various data sets. Everybody has a managed Hadoop service of some kind that you can use. But at the end of the day, you are definitely seeing some diversity in these things in the way that they operate, both the sort of feature functionality of a service kind of targeted the same thing, like for example, Azure's HD Insight can access HDFS sources that are tied in across ExpressRoute. Amazon's version, which is EMR, can't do the same thing. So if you think about things like that, and then there's stuff that's like completely different, right? So, can you access on every cloud provider an early stage validation of a quantum computer simulation or actual runtime on a quantum computer chip? Can you access 5G wavelengths on every provider? Can you, ship tiny boxes out that can be attached to the bottom of a drone to gather data that pops right back in their object storage? There's all this diversity. And those diverse services are one of the reasons why multi-cloud matters. I'm going to dive into that a tiny bit more here. The point is you get to leverage capabilities from across multiple clouds simultaneously, speaking to each of these, leveraging services across each of these depending on what it is that they touch, what it is that they do. The average enterprise has hundreds of line of business applications. They've got many new initiatives that are, kind of participating in their digital transformation, that new wave of technology. It matters to be able to take your developers and help them go faster with different capabilities. So just a tiny bullet here about multi-cloud strategy. One of the things that I've pointed out is a lot of people are already in a position where they have sort of shadow multi-cloud in a sense, right? They have teams that without having any holistic plan, without having any holistic governance, they are using multiple clouds. They're kind of at the stage where they could be multi-cloud, that is intentional with the strategy, dealing with those issues head on, if they were to deal with the question about governance, questions about data accessibility, data management, so on and so forth, and how those things should work. But if they don't, they just sort of end up with sprawl, right? And it's the same kind of problem that Shadow IT created when people didn't have a cloud strategy. They're kind of facing that around multi-cloud. This is maybe the part where I do the most obvious plug. I'm just going to go ahead and talk directly about one of the core products that we offer and how it addresses this, mostly because it ties into some of the ways that we can solve for some of the bigger challenges that we see. So this is a tiny architectural diagram of our cloud control volume product. It sits in the middle here as the sort of thing that's attached to this faction bubble. We basically run that in data centers that are directly adjacent to all the public clouds. So for example, Northern Virginia, we are sub 2 milliseconds to Amazon, sub 2 milliseconds, in some cases sub 1 millisecond to Azure and AWS, very short latency to Google as well, short latency to VMware Cloud on AWS, which runs in Amazon, and we can actually be used as an extra data store in VMware Cloud on AWS. But the power there and our interoperability too with many of the large popular on-prem platforms gives people this sort of spectrum where they can holistically move data to the platform and then back, and also attach that simultaneously to multiple clouds. So imagine you have a 500 terabyte, 1 petabyte, 5 petabyte data lake, and you're gathering data and accumulating it. Imagine being able to take that same copy of the data and attach it to multiple clouds at the same time. Now you can use that data, scale up compute across multiple clouds, be resilient across multiple clouds, be able to turn up spot instances across multiple clouds, and you don't have to make copies of data or move the data because it's accessible all the time from multiple clouds simultaneously. And if you do write out to that data, you can write and the other cloud immediately reads it, so you get rid of data consistency problems. With that, we'll talk specifically about the saving money, and I captured this sort of hilarious set of screenshots here, which are really about each of the clouds if you were trying to run a genomics analysis workload on GPUs. So there's a lot to take in on this slide, and I don't really want to name names and shame people, but you'll see here that there are two different cloud providers who have roughly the same price, which is about this $12 price for this system that has this NVIDIA P100 card in it. That's what these instances represent. But you'll also notice there's different numbers of cores, different amounts of RAM. One of the CSPs has more CPUs, less memory. The inverse is true. One of them, when we went to go actually ramp it up to scale, at one point we were testing scaling up and scaling down, ran completely out of VMs. This is not even a spot instance. This is also attempting to turn up an on-demand. It ran completely out of capacity. One of the three CSPs doesn't have that GPU at all in their region, but it did have it in another region where the cost was similar, et cetera, et cetera. So funny to play around with these sorts of things and kind of see what's going on across these. Now, if you're a company that's doing genomic analysis and you are relying on the cloud to do this, in real time, quickly and easily, this sort of variability, both in price and availability, can really cause a problem. And if you want to run a, say, cost-effective genomics pipeline by turning up, 50 systems that have 200 GPU cores available to you to process like a massive amount of genomics data, of course, you don't really know what the spot instance capacity is. And if you can turn up spot instances across multiple clouds at the same time, you have the potential to save yourself literally 90% on your compute needs. So really powerful from that aspect. And I use this example because we're literally engaged in doing this right now, both commercially and from a sort of research white paper standpoint. And the kind of deltas between these have become increasingly fascinating because this is such a key real-world use case. So with that having been said, let me kind of take this home to you and your developers, right? This is just a kind of view, and I find this hilarious sort of like flipping scoreboard of services, because this is certainly wrong right now, right? Whenever we made this slide, and it's been probably a month or two, this was the number of services that we counted, but it really is increasing all the time, right? And tomorrow it'll be different, and the next week it'll probably be different as well. And of course it depends on how you slice the term services and so many things. But the truth is, across many of these, if you think about this, basically your team may go, hey, this thing that we want to do, this project that we want to have, works best if I use this service plus that service, but by the way, they're not on the same cloud. Well, the model that we have, the true multi-cloud model, is about getting your data centrally located so that you can actually tackle this from the standpoint of being able to do this all at the same time, not having to kind of pick and choose in advance. This is what the multi-cloud strategy part is about getting your data in a place where you empower your developers to make the choice that speeds them up. And as most of you probably realize, infrastructure is fun and infrastructure is important, and cloud topologies are important, but at the end of the day, it is really hard to find and recruit and retain productive developers. I know because I'm trying to do it all the time myself, right? And there's definitely a talent shortage of great developers out there who can work with data like this. Being able to empower them to kind of get things done faster not only saves you time and money, it retains their talent because they like being able to kind of get more done faster. Being able to produce working stuff in less time is fun and enjoyable as a dev. But more importantly, you don't want to ever be in a scenario where somebody goes, well, if I could use this service on Azure, I could do this in a third of the time. And you go, nope, sorry, we're on Amazon, or sorry, we're on Google, right? You can't use Azure. So empowering them to kind of choose the best of breed without having to do massive movement of data and incur a bunch of extra egress charges and so on is actually, a really powerful aspect of a intentional multi-cloud strategy. There's an interesting thing going on too today. This is interesting. I see, oh, well, it's actually an animated slide. I didn't know that. There's something funny going on today, right, where you see on-prem starting to adopt containers, whereas, of course, there's been this kind of drive for containers in public cloud for a long time because they really fit the cloud-native deployment model. But what's interesting is we've found that persistent storage causes a challenge for people when it comes to container workloads because they're not really sure the right way. Where do I put the data? How do I deal with it across containers? One of the things that we've enabled with our platform is this consistent method of dealing with persistent container storage through CSI plugins for Kubernetes on-prem, but flowing into containers that run in one or multiple clouds. This is one of the cases where using our multi-cloud technology, specifically with container-based workloads, becomes even more powerful because the containers provide this runtime consistency for the compute across cloud environments, which means that you can have a container running a workload in Amazon and basically migrate it to Azure by using our multi-cloud platform in a split second. Literally turning down containers in one cloud, turning them up in another cloud, and handing off the persistent volume claims in Kubernetes means basically this sort of instant cloud migration. It's like faster and better in a sense than vMotion that we're probably all familiar with because there's actually no movement of data. It's really about having data in that centralized hub that we provide. So there's obviously some powerful use cases there. When it comes to analytics and things like read-only volumes, of course it means you can scale horizontally using many, many, many containers using that same data source, but having your containers spread across multiple clouds. So with that in mind and that fun stuff out of the way, I'm just going to throw out a few things that I think are top of mind about multi-cloud and just ask, which of these things basically is the most interesting thing for your organization if you were to think about how you might use multi-cloud?
Yeah, we've got the poll on the screen. I want to call everyone's attention to which benefit of multi-cloud probably matters most to you and your organization. I know it could be a tough decision, but you've got to pick just one on there, and we'll share the results here in just a second.
One of the things that's immediately apparent to me is I've got some work to do evangelizing for my own sort of choice about what ought to be in the lead here, because it's actually dead last right now.
And when you say feature arbitrage for innovation, what do you mean by that exactly?
Yeah, it's a really tough thing to describe, and I went into it a little bit in depth, but the idea here is basically being able to say, for whatever you want to do at the application level, driven by the business need, can you pick whichever feature across whichever cloud makes the most sense to get the job done without having to move the data or re-architect? And that's kind of what we aim to do with our platform. And it's kind of this thing that's inconceivable until you know that it's possible. You can have the data sitting in the middle. So let's take a quick look at the poll results. Interesting stuff. I'm not surprised to see cross-control there. I am a little surprised to see resilience, and I guess one of those funny conversation pieces. It's great to use cloud for resilience, but multi-cloud, I'm not saying it's wrong, but it might not be worth the bang for the buck, as it were. But it's still interesting to see how people perceive that for sure. Fodder for future topics. My very last slide before Q&A here, I just wanted to show a topology that I was talking about earlier, which is this multi-cloud genomics topology. So, the data for genomics comes from these machines. I think Illumina is the brand of the machine, but they read DNA samples. And they can't actually read a whole genome all at once. The funny thing is it reads tons and tons of snippets of all of your DNA data, the amino acids that make up your DNA, I suppose, which is this GATK sequences. Those things go into files called FASTQ files. And from there, there's this massive amount of processing that to even take a DNA and basically assemble it like a bunch of disjointed jigsaw puzzle pieces and put it into correct order actually takes over a day. And then if you want to take that and analyze it versus a quote-unquote normal DNA, right, because we all do have variants, and part of the reason you do DNA analysis is to find those variants, takes then more time. And of course, there's a good reason to collect many so that you can have a big sample population to say, well, how does this one person's vary versus these thousands of people? Or if there's 500 people in a study and 200 of them respond well to a drug, how does those 200 people's DNA vary from the general population and from those other 300? And that requires a lot of data and a lot of processing power. And in the example I showed you with all the screenshots, you see there is huge variability across the clouds. And so we've been working with organizations specifically to deal with this genomics processing use case. And this is just about access to hardware, not so much feature innovation, but truly just hardware innovation, because as you see, availability varies, which generation of graphics card varies, the sort of specs vary. I'll say that 24 CPU box actually throws a warning from one of the tools that it may not work properly because it expects to have 32 CPUs when there's 4 GPUs, but the cloud box just doesn't have that config. It's really fascinating, and that's a real-world use case that really wrestles with there, where we help enormously by keeping that genomics data sitting in the middle. And with that, I am happy to take questions, and I hope this was educational and interesting for everybody.
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation, really educational. We always appreciate that, of course. Let's bring up this poll question while we take some questions from the audience. The question on the screen for everyone out there is, what additional information would you like about the faction solution here? And let's kick off our Q&A with this first question that says, I've seen announcements where every cloud seems to have a VMware offering now. Does that help with multi-cloud?
Yeah, the way that's really interesting. So Faction started off, like one of the first use cases for our cloud control volumes is, VMware Cloud on AWS only really gets storage from its hyper-converged infrastructure, its vSAN pooled storage. We're basically the only company, VMware did a particular integration at the engineering level with our cloud storage platform, so we can use those volumes, mount them in as additional data storage to VMC. One of the interesting things about this is, although it's not helping with multi-cloud now, we are extending that platform to VMware environments running in other clouds. For example, the offerings on Azure, Google, Oracle that are coming out. we are anticipating we will get to the point where you can swing a whole VMware environment almost instantly from one public cloud to another by using that shared data store in the middle, basically. Just think of it as like an NFS mount into your vCenter environment or your vSphere environment, where you would basically detach the data store, attach it to a different cluster, and then just be able to import all those machine images. So pretty interesting use case there.
Very cool. Yeah, absolutely. Next question they're asking, is it hard to manage multi-cloud?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because, the answer is both yes and no. I guess I'd say obviously people can use multiple clouds, but that cohesive strategy definitely requires some thought. And I think the hardest part is, you can always use tools like a Terraform, for example, to kind of construct and mimic infrastructure across multiple cloud platforms. What you can't do easily is move data. People probably saw the news story a while back about how NASA put like petabytes of data into AWS, and now they're saying they might not be able to use it, and they might have to throw it away because they just didn't model egress charges into that. And we've done a whole webinar about like the sort of strange hidden costs of like storage in the cloud that you encounter in some of these use cases. But it's really interesting because you end up in this scenario where if you don't plan for the data locality, data gravity concerns ahead of time, that will just kill your multi-cloud usage.
Yeah, great point. And I mean, along those same lines, there's a number of questions in here about, does multi-cloud complicate X? Like, what about backup with multi-cloud? What about compliance with multi-cloud? Does multi-cloud make those things more difficult?
Yeah, I'm seeing some of those too, and it's totally interesting. I think first of all, there are complications. It is more complicated to implement some clouds than others, but it depends sometimes on what you are trying to implement. Like, I'm going to give you an example from my own work just in the past, month here as we did something, and I've spent more time dealing with AWS probably than other clouds, which is just me having kind of been hands-on since 2007 with it. But the funny thing is it's pretty easy to move a VM between AZs or between regions in AWS, right? It's pretty easy to take a snapshot and redeploy. I found that process to be brutally difficult in Azure by comparison because it wasn't easy for me to move things between buckets very easily. It wasn't easy for me to take a snapshot and deploy somewhere else. And of course, there's usually charges for that sort of thing, for crisscrossing these boundaries, but nothing comprehensively painful. And I found that strangely difficult. But there's many, many other things too that you run into in terms of, for example, how you implement the cloud networking looks different. It's one of those things we make, air quotes, easier because we actually include all the networking of attaching the storage, right? There's very little for you to do on the consumer side. But even then, the questions of, how am I going to access it from this VNet or this VPC vary? I will say that I think there's a certain ease in dealing with, say, organizational structures in AWS versus Azure from my perspective. But there's so much to talk about, because they have hundreds of services. For example, I found it really easy to implement, the kind of on-prem / external storage with the Hadoop service that's on Azure versus Amazon. So that's a case where sort of my perception of difficulty inverts. So yeah, very different, depends on kind of which thing you're looking at to implement.
Okay, very interesting. All right, well, there's a number more technical questions there for you in the queue, but for now, I think that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session. A really great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely, and reach out if you've got further questions. We're happy to talk more.
Excellent. For more information on Faction, check out the PDF that's available there in your audience console under handouts. It's actually the full slide deck that Matt has been generous enough to share. So make sure you check that out. And of course, also visit factioninc.com for more information on what Faction can do to help you make cloud easier. And now it's time for our next prize drawing. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Pamela Dorm from Ohio. Congratulations, Pamela Dorm from Ohio. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Cloud Megacast. That is Mr. Bill Gerling, Technical Product Manager at Rubrik. Bill, are you there?
I'm here, David. How are you?
Doing good. Good to chat with you again. Take it away.
Likewise. Thank you much. Hey everybody, my name is Bill Gerling. As David said, I'm here from Rubrik, and today we are going to talk about cloud data management and public cloud data protection. Topics that we're going to cover, first and foremost, we're going to start with how did we get here, sort of what is some of the background that drives people to adopt public cloud. Then we're going to talk about your journey or typical Rubrik customer at least journey to the public cloud and where we feel like there's some best practices that can be adhered to and some places that we've got some synergies. And then, we're going to talk about the future and how we feel like our customers can get more value out of data protection when operating in hybrid cloud or multi-cloud operating models. So let's start with how did we get here, right? Like, why do folks adopt these public cloud platforms? What are some of the drivers that we see evangelized? First and foremost, we see speed, right? So you're talking when utilizing public cloud, orders of magnitude of hours, minutes, or seconds time to value versus, say, days, weeks, or months in a typical data center procurement cycle. Reach, often the idea of going global in minutes is widely preached. Many of the public cloud providers offer you large global footprints that you have access to with the click of a button or the call of an API. Scale, the ability to take advantage of sort of economies of scale and costs at those economies of scale without having to operate at that scale yourself. And sort of in conjunction with that, resiliency, right? Like a lot of these platforms have services that offer 11 nines of resiliency in an SLA. And reproducing that on premises when you're not a hyperscaler can be quite difficult. The pay-as-you-go billing model can be advantageous, especially when conjoined with highly automated, elastic workloads. And oftentimes this is seen as a foray into reducing costs associated with running applications and providing IT services. I throw the asterisk on there, your mileage may vary, right? Because we've got to be well architected for many of these to become true, but especially for the cost value proposition to become true. And so as folks are looking to move workloads to the public cloud, to adopt these public cloud platforms as sort of rapidly as possible, we first find out that these platforms operate in what's known as a shared responsibility model. And it really doesn't matter whether or not you ask AWS or Microsoft or Google. If you're consuming infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, even SaaS in some way, shape, or form, you're responsible for the data and the workloads that reside in those services at some layer. And this is nothing new, but it is interesting to see that there's sort of consensus amongst all the providers that customers operating on their platforms take custody of protecting certain elements of the stack, right? Like owning an infrastructure as a service, the operating system, anything that resides within the operating system, always owning the data and obviously data protection. And so we talk about a customer journey to the public cloud and sort of how we begin to synthesize getting from point A to point B. Application migration comes to mind quickly, right? And we've got some predefined strategies that sort of tell us how we might move applications into these public cloud platforms. Number one, rehost, lift it and shift it, right? Take that application as it lives today, maybe even just take the whole VM it's running on and just drop it into a similar service on the cloud platform. The canonical example here is, taking something like a vSphere VM and sticking it in EC2 or an Azure VM. Replatforming, also referred to as tinker and shift. So think like taking a database and moving it into RDS or Azure SQL as an example. Repurchasing, or I'm going to call it SaaSify here, right? So retiring the application in its current state and just replacing it with something that is cloudy in some way, shape, or form. So ditch and exchange and going to O365 as an example. Refactoring or re-architecting your application specifically for the platform that you're going to be deploying them on, otherwise known as the right way to do cloud, right? This is typically the approach that gets you the agility that you want, that gets you the cost benefits and the resiliency that you want out of these platforms, specifically building your applications to run on them in some way, shape, or form, or at least building your applications in a cloud-native capacity. Retire, that's what I'm working on, but getting rid of it, right? So if you're planning this big migration strategy and something's going to get retired in a few months, it's probably not worth moving. And then retaining in its current state, or as I like to call it, sweet business as usual. Maybe some things are tier ones that don't make sense to move, and we're going to have on-prem for a while. Maybe we just keep them around in their current state. The net of it here is that like this is the easy thing to do, and often the quickest thing to do. But this is nirvana. This is the right thing to do. And we're often left sort of wondering how we might bridge the gap between these two approaches, and how do we move quickly and adopt these platforms and migrate applications there, but also do so while not shooting ourselves in the foot, for lack of a better example. So I've got some tips up here if you're looking at adopting more and more public cloud, which you likely are, being part of this audience. Just some sort of lessons from the field that I've learned throughout my career in this space. And number one is start with visibility. If you're going to be migrating workloads to the cloud, you're not going to be successful if you don't understand the current state thoroughly. So application dependency mapping, infrastructure documentation, architecture diagrams, knowing your dependencies on external services, et cetera, et cetera. Full visibility into the way current state is provisioned. Create a plan to adopt cloud services. So this sounds sort of obvious, but a lot of times cloud just creeps and people start using services without necessarily formulating a plan. And then we find out that things are in use, and then we go to formulate a plan after the fact. So let's just scrap that and let's assume that people are going to use public cloud and that we need to have a plan on how we're going to adopt it and how we're going to entertain it. And build a team to build that plan, and build a cross-functional team to build that plan. There's a lot of reference frameworks and architectures out there for all this stuff from the major cloud providers, and it's chock full of goodness. Cross-functional teams will really make it so that your cloud adoption strategy has a facet of every element of the organization and the process in it, and that's what we want to strive towards here. We also want to strive to be well-architected. Check out the well-architected frameworks from each of the major public cloud providers, and start to look at some of the themes that they espouse, and maybe think about operating in those models, right? Infrastructure as code, automating everything, CI/CD, feedback loops, the whole nine, all the Phoenix project stuff becomes relevant, and you can start doing it before you start migrating, and it's gonna be a windfall on you later on down the road when you're looking to mature in the space. Find low-hanging fruit, right? There's projects out there that are ready to leverage public cloud services. I guarantee it. Places where capacity is constrained or where workloads are bursting need to be serviced on demand. Places where new applications are being deployed and it might make sense to do it in the cloud. Don't be afraid to experiment. As long as you've got a good plan and good governance in place, that's what the cloud is for. And hybrid is probably the new normal. Don't assume this is an all or nothing game and you've got to reinvent yourself overnight. So we've got some of these well-architected frameworks. These are sort of the types of things that they guide us to when we begin looking at large-scale themes with regards to being well-architected in the public cloud. 5 major pillars in all of them, right? Security, cost optimization, operational excellence, performance efficiency, and reliability. And the net of it here is like, these are some of the themes that I've found while digging through these well-architected frameworks that are relevant to data protection. And cloud data protection can actually be quite complex. We've recently done a round of interviews with customers and prospects, and we found that the vast majority of them are actually multi-cloud in some capacity, that there's still workloads oftentimes in the data center and at the branch, and that this is problematic for them. It's problematic with regards to consistently implementing data protection policies across these boundaries. It hampers recovery, and it hampers management, and more importantly, auditing and reporting on data protection activities. And we found oftentimes that the reason for this is legacy or siloed tool sets, right? Tool sets that are built for one platform or not for another, or tool sets that are built for an older operating model and that weren't really built with cloud data protection in mind. And that's kind of where we enter, right? Jumped ahead there. But we enter in the sense that our goal is to allow customers operating in these hybrid and multi-cloud models to derive more value from their data protection solutions. And so the real goal here is to just simplify the stack, give you, a modern control plane from which you can control all of these activities regardless of where the activity is taking place. It could be in AWS, it could be sitting in vSphere in a data center, it could be bare metal Oracle in a data center sitting on a server, it could be some little workload at a branch office. We want you to have the same user experience, and we want you to get the same value regardless of where this is taking place. Specifically, with regards to data protection, we feel like we've got a pretty cloudy approach from the outset. Our goal is to unify silos and give you a simple, seamless, consistent user experience. We let you build one set of policies that align directly with the SLAs that your business defines, and we let you apply those policies at various echelons and auto-apply them to subsequent echelons below them. We also provide frameworks by which automation can be used to dynamically apply these policies as well. We offer up instant or near instant recovery from any workload types and APIs that allow you to orchestrate this capability for the purposes of actual recovery or even for self-service provisioning, on-demand test dev, things of that nature. We're a secure platform, append-only file system, immutable to ransomware, and encrypted end-to-end. And we've got native integration with the big cloud providers, focused on allowing you to attain cost economies by leveraging their storage services, focused on allowing you to rapidly move workloads into these platforms, and focused on providing a seamless experience when protecting workloads running in those platforms as well. We've got a few key capabilities in this space. Number one, cloud archival, right? So this is long-term retention when you're doing data protection in the public cloud. Through a policy, you can just define that at some time threshold, data should no longer reside in the data center on the cluster that's protected that data set, and instead should reside on some object store or archive target in a cloud somewhere. Next, we offer up the ability to leverage that data set for the purposes of lifting and shifting virtual machines into infrastructure as a service in AWS and Azure today. And so you can actually take a vSphere or Hyper-V VM, and through a policy-driven workflow, you can convert that automatically to an AMI or to a VM image and an ARM template, and then you can launch these things as needed, either through our API, our UI, or natively in the cloud platform whenever necessity dictates that you do so. So this can be very useful for test dev or even as a component of a DR strategy. And then lastly, we've got cloud native protection for workloads that have migrated to the cloud or were provisioned up there, all driven through the same SaaS control plane, and all using the same policy constructs as every other workload that you may have protected on-prem or in another cloud today. Starting out with Cloud Out, this archive workflow to object, either on-prem or in the public cloud. The essential intent here is to give you a cost-effective and resilient place to perform long-term retention for data protection assets, right? We tier data into these cloud platforms in a policy-driven manner. We offer you the ability to manage the lifecycle after the data has been moved into said platform. We offer up the ability to perform Google-like search and granular object recovery out of these archives without you even really being aware that the data resides somewhere than it originally did. And then we enforce the same sort of append-only file system and immutability in the archive as we do on the cluster. We support all the major clouds as well as on-prem object and NFS. Cloud On is a feature that piggybacks off the top of Cloud Out. And what this allows us to do is perform policy-driven lift and shift into AWS or Azure today. It can also be executed on demand. But essentially, each time we archive a virtual machine that has this capability enabled, we will auto-convert it into an image that's ready for launch in the platform of your choice. And then you can either launch that on demand or wait for the conversion to take place at a future time and launch that as needed. So this is at times used as a hedge against an outage. It's also very frequently used to accommodate test dev workflows where we may want to run copies of on-prem virtual machines inside of the cloud temporarily to do some test or dev work and then tear them down when we're done. Cloud native protection is one of our newer capabilities and is a space that I'm particularly excited about. Essentially, what we offer you the capability to do here is you point our SaaS platform Polaris at cloud infrastructure that you want to protect. We go ahead and authenticate into that environment utilizing roles or service principles, whatever the best practice for the platform in question is. And we auto-discover infrastructure in the regions that you've dictated we protect. We then allow you to assign policies to workloads running in those accounts and regions, either at the account boundary utilizing tag rules, or directly to individual workloads. These policies are constructed in the same way that we sort of indicated policies be constructed on premises, right? So we talk about frequency, we talk about retention, we talk about the ability to replicate across regions, so on and so forth. And then we offer automated recovery workflows that really streamline the recovery process. So automating the recovery in region from a cross-region replica, automating the in-place recovery of a virtual machine, automating the recovery of a block device that was attached to one instance and is now attached to another instance, so on and so forth. And again, this is all delivered to you through a SaaS control plane that maintains all of your data within your own cloud account or subscription. So no data egress and no rubric in the actual data path in this delivery model. Anytime we need to run compute, we don't run it persistently in this model. Instead, we run it ephemerally and sort of elastically in accordance with whatever the workload dictates. So a good example here is we offer up the capability to do file level recovery for EBS volumes and EC2 instances. And the workers that do the file indexing are ephemeral, spun up on demand, do the work, and then are torn down when they have no work to do. And yeah, archive to your cloud, right? So all of this, again, sort of as I stated earlier here, all this activity takes place within your environment. All the data stays in your environment with only metadata being traversing back to the Polaris control plane for the purposes of management orchestration going forward. And so with all of these capabilities and sort of this universal repository of data protection metadata, one of the things that we strive to do is really allow our customers to derive more value from data protection assets than just operational backup and recovery. So we've already talked here about how we do backup and recovery quite well in on-prem, cloud, multi-cloud, hybrid cloud environments. But we really want to take it to the next level, and we want to elevate data protection beyond just backup and recovery. And so what we do here is we centralize all this data, this metadata, I should say, in a universal ledger, right, in Polaris, our control plane. And then we offer up the ability to exploit that metadata for the purposes of doing cool and interesting things predicated upon backup metadata. In the case here, we've got a few capabilities that I'll call out just to give you an idea of the art of the possible and other things that we do in the space since we're somewhat short on time. Number one, data protection, right? So we've got a SaaS control plane. We can keep data protection metadata in there. We can do data protection in AWS and Azure and in GCP, all without the need to run any infrastructure. And we can do so sort of across accounts, across subscriptions, across clouds relatively easily while providing you with a seamless end user experience. We can also run governance workflows. So since we are an indexer and a cataloger, what if we looked at where certain types of data resided and then alerted you if that data had traversed some boundary it shouldn't traverse? We've actually got that capability. We call it Sonar. Similarly, we can do things like data assurance and security workflows. So maybe ransomware has leaked into the environment and encrypted a subset of your data. Because we have metadata from previous backups, we can sort of compare and contrast, and we can give you a heads up that, hey, we think a ransomware event may have taken place. We think it took place on this date and time, and we think this was the blast radius. Would you like to begin a workflow to roll back? That's a real capability that we have through a product that we call Radar, and that product has saved more than one customer from a bad day at the office due to a ransomware attack. Again, all operating on backup data that was going to be sitting there idle prior to the implementation of these features. And then data mobility. So mobility from on-prem to the public cloud is something that we're quite proud of. It's something that we encourage our customers to do. We're not trying to be a storage target. We want our customers to adopt the public cloud and to go on this journey of innovation. And we want to be there to take them every step of the journey. And so that's why you see a data center solution that push customers to archive their data to the cloud, that push customers to lift and shift their workloads to the cloud, and now that pushes customers to adopt sort of modern consumption models and modern ways of protecting their data without even needing traditional infrastructure or infrastructure as a service to do so. And so what we call this all is, multi-cloud data control. It's we feel like we're a single source of truth and allowing our customers to extract sort of unique value out of their data protection assets, whether they're protecting workloads in a data center, in a public cloud somewhere, in a colo, robo branch office. It doesn't matter. The user experience is the same, and we feel like we're driving, unparalleled value out of this platform relative to traditional backup and recovery solutions. And that's all I've got. I appreciate y'all taking the time to listen to me. David, are you out there?
I am, yeah. Great presentation, Bill. Let's take some
Thank you
questions
much.
now from the audience. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll question that says, what additional information would you like about Rubrik? So I want to call everyone's attention to that poll. Go ahead and check that out. And let's see, Bill, first question that came in, Neil here, he's asking, how fast is the recovery from a ransomware attack?
Yeah, so it is backup data, and this is done post-process after a backup has run, right? So as long as the backup has occurred and the necessary time has elapsed for the indexing to take place and then for our process to identify the issue, the actual recovery is quite fast, because what we do is we sort of allow you to walk through a tree of all of the resources in scope that we feel have been affected. We provide visual color-coded indicators of what was in scope and what was out of scope. And then we provide a last known point in time that we deem good based upon our analysis of the situation. And essentially, it's just a wizard-driven approach to execute a restore. So you select the things that you verify were in scope for the attack, and then we automate the rollback process, whether you determine that that's going to be in place or to a new target or what have you. So really, the ability to recover is solely predicated on the amount of data that we have to move. And because we're, at least on premises, we're clustered scale-out architecture, the restore speed tends to be quite fast relative to traditional solutions. So I hate to give the it depends answer, but really it's largely about how quickly we can move that data set from point A to point B. And if it's a number of terabytes, that can be quite quickly. If it gets to be petabyte scale, you're going to be talking hours, days, who knows. So, but that's the essential workflow there. Is it's essentially just a restore operation for file system data or what have you.
Excellent. Yeah, I appreciate that candid answer. Perfect. Next question. Does Cloud On use the AWS VM import service?
It can, but it doesn't have to. So previously, we took that approach and utilized that service because it was a quick means to an end to be able to provide this lift and shift capability. What we found is that the performance and the SLAs associated with those import operations were less than ideal. So we've actually got sort of a two-step approach. Number one is we've got a proprietary process that uses a few workers that can actually do these conversions incrementally. That is our favorite approach that we support for most of the major Windows and Linux OSs on the two clouds that I mentioned before. If for some reason we can't execute that incremental process, then yeah, we'll fall back to the VM import process and do a full conversion and import each time. But generally speaking, we use a proprietary process that allows us to do incremental conversions, and that is specifically so that we can reduce RPO and RTO if folks deem this something they're going to use as a component of a broader DR strategy.
Okay, that makes sense. And then what about, here they're asking, can I protect EC2 instances across accounts using tag rules with Rubrik?
Yes, yeah. So in our implementation, we take a holistic view at all of your accounts or subscriptions or projects or whatever weapon of choice you favor to use and which environment you're operating in. And we amalgamate all that together. And so if you build a tag rule, you have the option to include or exclude as many accounts in that tag rule as you would like. So let's say you created a rule that said everything that is, tag environment value production gets the gold SLA. You could scope that to as many or as few accounts as you want when you build the tag rule. So we have some folks that that use a broad set of rules across all accounts and it's sort of standardized across account boundaries and just use one set of rules. And we've got other folks that have one set of tag rules for test and one set of tag rules for dev. That's the great thing about the implementation is we give you that flexibility to operate at whatever boundary you deem fit based upon your operating model.
Got it. Okay. And so probably the last question we have time for, what's the best way to get started with Rubrik?
So we are in the marketplaces on AWS and Azure. I am certainly on social media at @bdingus. Feel free to reach out to me directly if you ever want to. Otherwise, www.rubrik.com. Check us out. Take a look. We hope you like what you see.
Awesome. Great presentation, Bill. I did put some more technical questions there for you in the queue that we didn't have time for. Thanks for being on.
Thanks much. Have a great one.
For more information on Rubrik, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console on the cloud data management platform for digital enterprises from Rubrik. Of course, also visit rubrik.com. And as Bill said, you can find Rubrik in the cloud marketplaces as well. All right, so now it's time for our next Amazon $500 gift card drawing, as well as a grand prize. So our next gift card is going to Joe Wang from California, and our next Microsoft Surface tablet is going to Bodie Engel from Kansas. Congratulations to all the prize winners. Lots more to come, so make sure you stay tuned for that. All right, I'm now excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's Cloud Megacast. Welcome Tim Honker, Lead Sales Engineer at Rapid7. Tim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, hi Tim. Thanks for being on.
Hi. Yeah, you're welcome.
Great to have you. Take it away.
Great. So thanks for joining. I'm sure a bunch of you guys are familiar with Rapid7. I've been here for about 5 years, and so that's me. You should be able to see me in there. That's my home lab, by the way. I'm very geeky. I've been here for about 5 years at Rapid7, and I spend my days on the phone. I give demos, I run POCs, I jump in for even tech support sometimes. I was a developer many years ago. I've written all sorts of automation software and motor controller stuff. But I've been at Rapid7. I've been in security for about 10 years now, and I got suspended in high school for hacking the grading system. So, like I said, I spend my days on the phone with people, and the theme that I keep hearing is that, you know, a lot of you guys out there, I keep hearing over and over again, is we're being asked more to do more with less. And I hear that, you know, in these COVID times that IT and security budgets are either staying the same or getting cut, but they're not, you know, lowering the bar in terms of the expectations. And the theme I'm hearing from 2020, not like anybody's, you know, sitting in the same room, but I hear it across the country and across the continent, is being asked to do more with less. So on the do more front, what I'm hearing this year is, of course, remote workers, but also as people continue their migration to the cloud, they want to be able to have visibility into actions in the cloud, but also SaaS platforms. You know, you use Salesforce or you use something else, they still want you to be able to detect attackers even on SaaS solutions, which is a struggle with traditional SIEMs and other tools. So tracking ephemeral assets, I hear frequently too, auto-scaling during the day. You know, you're spinning up hundreds or thousands of new assets and then tearing them down minutes or hours later. How do you track all of that in your vuln management tool, or track those things for risk, but also keep historical analysis? In terms of do more, there's all sorts of new stuff that you guys are being requested to secure. Containers, migrations to the cloud, golden image pipelines, brand new web apps and single page applications and mobile apps, new serverless infrastructures. And honestly, we can do that, but the hardest part is to prove that you're making progress to your non-technical leadership. They aren't going to understand the reports that tools spit out, and so we need a way to speak to them. And the keys to doing that, I've found, are following defense in depth, integrating your tools, having clear, repeatable process, and having support for those newer technologies. Next slide. And then on the less front, So like I said earlier, you guys, your budgets are shrinking or maybe staying the same if you're lucky. If people are leaving the company, they aren't replacing people. And you don't have time to have 15 different tabs open in Chrome. And you don't want to spend your extra time managing a whole bunch of scan engines or whatever. So what we need to solve with less is really like automation and having unified logins and having tools talk to each other so you don't have to jump back and forth between tabs or export things to Excel or do a lot of copy and paste. And you need things to be hosted up in the cloud so you're not spending time managing stuff. Next slide. So that's where Rapid7 comes in. So if you were to go and Google the CIS top 20 coverage by all the different vendors out there, Rapid7 has been rated the #1 coverage for covering this top 20 CIS controls. We have coverage in a variety of different areas. You may know us for Black Hat parties or for Nexpos or for Metasploit, but we actually do a lot more than just that. In fact, since this slide was made a little while ago, we've acquired some other companies that aren't included on here, but I'll be talking about some of that today. So we cover a lot more than just vuln management and Metasploit. We also have a unified agent that works with our tools. So you don't have to, if you come onto our platform, you only have to deploy one agent that covers a variety of different use cases. And it's a single logon. So you can, in one tab, you can jump back and forth between tools and share data between them. Next slide. Okay, so our bread and butter is our vuln management tool. This is a chief competitor of Qualys and Tenable. We've been in the Magic Quadrant and the leader in the top for many years now. So with regards to cloud-specific stuff, the challenges that I see people need fixed are they need things to be scanned immediately as soon as they're powered on in the cloud. They need them to be automatically detected. They need to automatically pull down tags from AWS and control workflows based off of that. A huge pain point. I'm in a couple POCs right now with our competitors is accurate license counts for agents. You scan something and it shows up as 2 different assets on your license, or you auto scale 100 new servers today and then you tear them down, and then tomorrow it's 100, and suddenly your license is exploding and you're having to talk to a sales rep about true up or something like that. So what our tool does is it accurately measures how many you're actually using today, and then you only need to be licensed for that, but you can still keep historical data. Another thing probably you've seen a lot of at this presentation is looking for leaky buckets and bad security group rules. We have a tool inside of InsightVM that will track configuration issues with AWS as well. We can scan your container image pipeline and containers as they run live in your environment, and minimize the use of Excel spreadsheets if you have to use them at all. And do all your work inside the tool and spend time making progress and tracking remediation and proving with these dashboards that you guys are actually reducing risk in your organization rather than spending time in Excel. Next slide. So InsightVM was all about the prevention side. It's all about hardening assets, policy scanning, vulns, hardening the infrastructure before the attackers get there. We've also got user behavior analytics and next-gen SIEM. It's also rated in the leader quadrant from Gartner. So if you, you're more than welcome to take demos of these, or we would be happy to talk about it in more detail. So I'll give you a cursory overview. So Insight IDR, in COVID times with the agent, you can still see what's going on in the endpoint, even if those people aren't on the VPN. So if someone is doing something suspicious, it's going to lay traps. It's going to detect suspicious processes. It can kill processes. It can report on DNS activity and all sorts of stuff on the endpoint, and you can respond to it even when they aren't on your VPN. You get, of course, on-prem coverage with it, traditional SIEM stuff. But then some of the other next-gen SIEM is we can connect to Office 365. So if someone logs into O365 from Nigeria, you can get alerts and you can start containment immediately as well. So you don't have to worry about lacking coverage. So you can cover cloud environments and SaaS solutions like Salesforce and Zoom and Okta and Office 365 and Google Suite. So you can extend coverage to things that you don't necessarily would traditionally get logs for. The biggest takeaway here is like the pre-configured rules. So it comes out of the box with a couple hundred rules pre-made, because I know you guys don't want to spend your time doing security research. You want to spend your time actually securing your environment. So we'll update those rules, and you can create your own custom ones too if you'd like to, but it will take care of, you know, looking for, oh, hey, Joan normally logs in from Detroit at 7:30 in the morning, and she accesses, you know, the development systems, but suddenly she logs in from a different place. That's going to raise an alarm, can trigger a containment or notify somebody. If she accesses something in the finance department when she's a developer, that's definitely going to raise an alarm. So we can look for how people deviate from their normal behavior and then trigger alarms on that, and then even trigger, if you want to, automated containment. Next slide. So every company is now a software company too. Whether you like it or not, you know, even car washes and you know, fast food chains have to have like a mobile app, or you need to be able to order online or something like that. And that is additional attack surface area, or any sort of interactive web page that's not just like a basic brochure site. So the vast majority of developers, myself included, were not trained in secure coding, and they introduce bugs, and whoops, I just allowed attackers to compromise me through our public-facing website. And this is one of the #1 vectors today. So if you look up the DAST report in Gartner, or the AppSec report, and then you scroll down to the DAST section, we actually have the top-rated DAST in here too. So we get that rating because we can scan all those new fancy websites that have like hover over stuff and pop-ins and modals that pop up. We can scan those. We can scan single-page applications. We can scan things that have really complicated authentication methods or APIs or serverless applications. We can still scan all of those things and find vulnerabilities in them. You can also integrate our DAST with your development pipeline so that it triggers scans on new builds, and then automatically opens tickets, notifies somebody, or fails a build depending on what you set up. And you guys are already strapped for time, so in the do more with less, I know you don't want to deal with devs. I know I've been a stickler dev in the past and pushed back on things for being a false positive. So one of the things that we offer is attack replay and proof. So anytime there's a finding, it will show you, hey, here's the response I received, and highlight exactly in the response, here's the SQL injection, so it's indisputable proof that, yes, this is vulnerable. So they can't push back on you, security team, and say, that's not real, I'm not fixing that. And then the second part is, when they do start attempting fixes, they can iterate on it every 2 seconds with a little click of a button, and they don't have to wait minutes or hours for a scan to run, and they also don't have to talk to you. So they can work alone and very quickly to prove that it's real and iterate on it without having to put additional load on the security team. So that's our DAST tool. That competes with like AppScan and Fortify and a few others. Next slide, please. So in the do more with less theme, automation is king. If you can't get additional headcount for your team, you have to start automating things. And luckily, I have a background as a developer, but not too many people do. And honestly, it's a huge pain point for running a security program, and then suddenly someone leaves and they wrote an integration in Perl or Ruby or whatever, and then the new person doesn't know that programming language or doesn't know programming at all. It becomes impossible to maintain these integrations that you've built. So instead, we have a SOAR tool called Insight Connect. It's a competitor to Phantom and Demisto, and this can build integrations for you and workflows without having to write code. So you can drag and drop little flowchart diagrams like you see here that make decisions and can prompt a human or make decisions on their own. And so you can build integrations without coding. So all those mundane things that chew up your time that are mundane and repetitive, like investigating indicators of compromise, responding to phishing attempts, the whole tier 1 of your SOC can be automated. And we make everything go through Teams or Slack at Rapid7. So all of like I have to go into this box and SSH into it and approve this and restart a service. I have a one command in Slack that does that for me now too. I get notifications about incidents in my environment directly in Slack, and I can click a contain button or open the investigation or data enrichment button, and it can do all of this stuff for me without me even having to log into other tools. So this works with more than just Rapid7 products. They have integrations with 300 to 400 different IT and security tools out there. So keeping everything like centric around Slack and Teams and automating all those mundane things saves you a huge amount of time. And then next slide. So DivvyCloud is a company that we acquired pretty recently. In fact, just several months ago, right after the quarantine started. So this is really what I wanted to land on today, is the ability to secure hundreds or thousands of cloud accounts without having to rewrite all the rules and care which one is which. So DivvyCloud offers you the ability to consolidate hundreds or thousands of AWS, Alibaba, GCP, Kubernetes, Azure accounts, and then it automatically recognizes what's a database instance, what's a container storage, and then applies rules to them so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel and know, okay, well, it's this in Azure, and it's that in Alibaba, and it's this in AWS. It automatically takes care of all of that for you. And then it can even go as far as automated remediation or alerting. So let's say some dum-dum opens up SSH to the internet on some public-facing IP. DivvyCloud can detect that and then automatically change the firewall rules to lock it back down again. So you can set policies, and it will force environments to conform to that policy. We actually used that at Rapid7, and they demoed it for us. It's really cool. It also has integration with Slack, and so you can go through and automate all of this stuff through Slack as well. So that's the end of my slides. I just wanted to do a time check. How much time do I have to demo these tools?
We do have roughly another, I don't know, 5-6 minutes or so. I think it's time for a demo, yeah.
Okay. Let me try this for one more second. I can do some Q&A while I'm trying to troubleshoot this.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. I'm just looking through the Q&A here. Lots of good questions coming in. If you have a question, now is the time to get it in. All right. First question that came in, I wanted to ask you here about Rapid7 is they're saying, can you deploy the Insight agent remotely?
Yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of different ways to deploy the Insight agent. You can push it out over SCCM or BigFix. I mean, it's an MSI on Windows. It's a Bash script for Linux and Mac. One of the other nice things is it's a unified Linux installer, so it works for 6 or 8 different Linux distros, and you don't have to manage different installers for different Linux distros. But yeah, you can remotely install it, and then you can pass all the arguments as like flags or a hand-to-config file or a token to it, and it will take care of itself.
Okay, nice. Another question, what about reporting capabilities?
Well, it depends on which product we're talking about. Insight VM has really great reports. Do we know any more detail about which tool?
Specifically the Insight platform, sorry.
Oh, okay, the platform as a whole. So we're working towards that. Each individual tool on the platform has its own reporting and dashboarding capabilities, so they can spit out, PDFs, CSVs, JSON files, but there is not a unified dashboard above all of the individual tools yet. Although you could use Insight IDR's custom dashboarding capabilities to import that data from other tools and build that information.
Nice. I want to call everyone's attention to the poll question that's there in the slide window. What additional information would you like about the Rapid7 solution? And we'll keep doing some more Q&A here. More good questions are coming in. In fact, this one from Chris just came in. He's asking, what really makes Rapid7 unique in the market to other perhaps comparable solutions?
Yeah. So we're not looking to get acquired. We are a research company. So I spend a few hours a week talking to our research team, and they publish free research papers. We scan the whole internet. We give out Metasploit framework for free to people. You can go to like opendata.rapid7.com and download all of like our research and reports and zip files of all of the IPv4 and most of the IPv6 scan space and see what you have out there and see where your certificates are expired. We conduct about 1,500 pen tests per year, and we feed all of that information back into our product. So we're not just here to sell product. We try to unify all of our research as well from scanning and listening on the internet into our products. So we're really truly focused on security. We're not an IT company that's trying to tack on security after the fact.
Okay, I like that. Interesting clarification there. Another question about cloud migration. Do you have any advice that you would give an organization or organizations who have started migrating or who are getting ready to double down on the effort around cloud migration?
Yeah, there's a couple different ways to migrate to the cloud. The most basic one is called lift and shift, where you just like transport your VMs up to AWS and run them as EC2 instances. Other common ones that I see are development pipelines get migrated up there first. So like the dev teams will like have a whole bunch of accounts. Have an onboarding process. Have a questionnaire, a document that specifies like, hey, you're going to open up a new account. You have to fill out this questionnaire. And it could be, I have some customers that do it like in ServiceNow, so it's automatically loaded into some sort of application or CMDB database. Have a formal onboarding process to track all of that stuff, and then you have a list of things that you need to secure so that when you get a tool like DivvyCloud, you can make sure that you're covering everything from the inside perspective. Also, check licensing on your tools, because if you guys are doing moderately advanced stuff like auto-scaling, then be careful about licensing for your different security tools and check with your vendors. And especially if you're getting demos, ask, how is this licensed? How does it handle auto-scaling? If someone is changing FQDNs 400 times a day, do I have to have 400 licenses for one application? Ask those questions ahead of time. Also ask, can their solutions be deployed in the cloud? Can they work in VPCs? Are they cloud aware? Can they scan for certain cloud only problems like leaky S3 buckets and stuff too? Other cloud migration stuff. I mean, I could talk for a while about that, but anyone's welcome to ask like follow-up questions about that.
Sure. Yeah. Next question here. They're asking if, or what kind of information does the Rapid7 agent collect about the environment, or is that configurable?
Yeah. It is configurable. So the Insight VM module within it will collect vulnerabilities and software and configuration settings related to security. And then it uploads those raw settings to the platform, and then the actual CVE analysis is done on the platform side. So the agent only has to be updated maybe once a month and doesn't need a full list of vulns. And then you can easily track down 0 days, even if there isn't like a vuln check released for it that way, because we keep all the raw data. On the incident detection and response side, collection, it's going to look for like log events. It's going to look for processes, ARP entries, DNS cache, network connections, and some like suspicious behaviors. So it'll set traps, but can also detect some if someone's trying to scrape, like Mimikatz is trying to scrape RAM for password hashes. It can detect those sort of things and fire off alerts. But there's also additional settings where you can say, gather these extra Windows event logs. Oh, hey, grab this log file off of the hard drive too, or these other logs over here. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. And then it looks like we're running out of time here on our Q&A, but I mean, I wanted to ask you, what's the easiest way for people to try out or get started with the Rapid7 solutions that you talked about here?
Yeah, so there's free trials of everything, and they go for at least 30 days. So like you can go and sign up for a free trial. A lot of them are like SaaS cloud-hosted solutions, so you don't have to do anything other than create a username and password. If you go to like rapid7.com and then you browse around, There's probably some like more formal links to our particular stuff, but the best way is to just like go to rapid7.com, sign up for any of the free trials, start scanning yourself or deploying some stuff and collecting events in your environment.
Excellent. Free trials are always easy and a great way to get started. So thank you for offering those. Thanks for the presentation today. Really cool product. Tim, thank you so much for being on the event today.
Yeah, thank you.
For more information on Rapid7, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. It's entitled Secure Advancement Happens Here, and it talks about the Rapid7 product suite. And then, of course, as Tim said, there's free trials or SaaS offerings of most of these products you can try out. So it's very easy to get started with the Rapid7 solutions. And thanks to everyone for supporting us throughout the Megacast here. We are continuing on, more awesome presentations coming up. Before I introduce you to our next presenter, I want to announce the winner of our next Amazon $500 gift card. That is Rob Writing from Georgia. Congratulations, Rob Writing from Georgia. More grand prizes and gift cards still to give away, so make sure you stay tuned. And with that, I'm excited to introduce you to our next presenter on today's Megacast. That is Mr. Jesse St. Laurent, CTO and co-founder at Tuono. Jesse, are you there?
I am, David.
Thanks for being on, Jesse. Great to have you. Take it away.
Thanks. I'm excited to be back. I think it's been a few years. I was on the first few Megacasts back in the day, and I couldn't be more excited to be back in. So we founded Tuono about 2 years ago now, really going after this problem of trying to figure out how to make public cloud less complicated, right? There's just too much complexity in what we're seeing in terms of managing infrastructure in the public cloud. So engineering team that's got a solid decade of experience all working together, set off and tried to figure out how to make this easier for folks out there. And really at the core of it is, right, we hear this constant drive for go faster, go faster, go faster. It's endless. And the only way to go faster is to start to automate infrastructure. It's an inevitable end. And automation sounds easy right up until you start to do it, and then it's actually, we realize, quite complicated. Right? There's nothing, this myth of the cloud is easier is just that, it's a myth. The most staggering stat we've seen since we started working on this was 86% of cloud projects in 2020 are being delayed due to a shortage of skills. And this was pre-COVID. So this is the very beginning of the year, folks were reporting the vast majority of projects are delayed. And this really comes around that skill set of the infrastructure management side of DevOps. Every company we look at is trying to hire DevOps engineers. And we looked at it and said, well, maybe this isn't a skill set problem, right? Maybe what we've got is something that's just too complicated. Maybe the problem is that the technology is too complicated and it needs to be simplified. And that was the genesis of how we started to think about this. So when we looked at infrastructure as code, oftentimes it's just, how do we write the code to build the stuff we want in the cloud? But we took a step back and looked at that and said, really, that's just the tip of the iceberg. In order to start codifying infrastructure in the cloud, we need all these other things, right? You need to be able to operationalize it. And inevitably start off, and the next thing you realize that you need some place to store your secret. And you need some way to make sure that one person has rights to edit and someone else has the rights to deploy. How do you do that across multiple clouds? And now we have to integrate this with a versioning system. And this adds literally months onto projects. So what we've done is we've delivered this entire stack of functionality as a single turnkey SaaS offering. And we've made it just much less complicated for folks to get up and running with infrastructure automation. The alternative is really that you're writing a lot of code and gluing together a lot of components, and you're in the maintenance business. And the whole reason a lot of customers are moving into the cloud, the agility and the velocity, and really getting out of that maintenance so you can focus on the core business. To take an example, everybody on this call, we can go to a whiteboard and have a conversation about networks and subnets and firewalls, and it's all a natural doesn't even matter what your first language is. It's a natural second language for all of us. The challenge comes in, and I'll pick on AWS for a second, but I could have a slide that showed Azure in exactly the same way. The challenge comes in, well, I'm going to connect this stuff, put some instances together and use these terms I understand. But all right, what do I need? Well, VPC. Well, what's a VPC? I have to figure that out. And that's not so bad. But now, do I need an internet gateway? Do I need an egress-only internet gateway, or do I need a NAT gateway to solve that problem? This is getting even more into the weeds and further from the business. Over the years, IT's been pushed to be more and more engaged with the business. And this, in many ways, is away from that. The next thing to learn is if you want to automate it, we'll pick on AWS and Terraform here. Every one of those objects in the public cloud has a corresponding module to go learn. And in this case, it ends up being really just a one-for-one. So if I put up the objects in Azure, there would be corresponding Terraform modules. And this is true really of all of the infrastructure as code tools out in the market, which is in many ways they're a mechanism to access the APIs. So you're learning the AWS API and you access them through Terraform, or you're learning the Azure APIs and you access them through another system. The next step after that is to go put code on top of it. So a basic hello world of putting a subnet out there connected to the internet, putting an instance on it, and putting some security policies around that is 250 lines of code. And it's gobbledygook, right? It's not necessarily intuitive. And the net result is that there's an instance in AWS in this case. And as I mentioned, that's the tip of the iceberg. That's not anything below that stack of logging and auditing, compliance, drift management, any of those other things. What our goal is to replace all of that complexity in the middle with something that's very intuitive, human-readable definition of infrastructure, right? Put it in language and terms that we already know. And the second dimension of that is, why on earth does that have to be AWS specific? If I'm learning how to build infrastructure in the cloud, shouldn't I be able to take that same definition of infrastructure, we call it a blueprint, and be able to push it into Azure? And that's exactly what we've done. So we can take these definitions of infrastructure and apply them either AWS or Azure and deliver functionally equivalent infrastructure in those environments. So this is really going after a number of problems. The number one problem is that iceberg, right? It's that total solution of having to build and maintain all this stuff, and spend months just putting the pieces together before we can start taking action. The second dimension is dramatically simplifying how this stuff is codified. And the third dimension is, by the way, this is all multi-cloud. So architecturally, we've put together systems such that as a SaaS offering, you can log in, you get access, build some blueprints. All the services you see at the bottom half of this are all fully integrated. We deal with all the multi-cloud issues for you, and then we talk directly to those native cloud APIs in AWS and Azure and deploy that infrastructure for you. And we really believe that this has to be part of an ecosystem. So for us, that means everything we do is accessible by an API. So if a customer would rather build some stuff, leverage us for some components, talk to an API for other components, that's totally fine. Everything talks to an API, including our user interface. So our web-based interface that you're going to see a demo of here in a second talks to the same APIs that are publicly available. You can go see them at docs.tuardo.com. It's all there. So that puts all these pieces together and allows you just to log in. I recorded a video of this a couple months ago where I actually compared the time it takes me to log into our portal, load Azure credentials, load AWS credentials, put a blueprint in both my AWS and Azure environments, deploy them, and have them up and running, infrastructure live in the cloud. I compared that to how long it takes me to make a cup of French press coffee, and it took me longer to make a cup of French press coffee. It was just under 10 minutes. It was just under 9 minutes to get infrastructure deployed into AWS and Azure. Those are normally month-long projects, not minutes. So I want to see it kind of guy. So we thought it would be super valuable, having spoken with a lot of folks over the last couple of years and actually knowing my experience in talking to customers. there's nothing like a demo that shows what this actually looks like. So let me bring up a demo and we'll walk through it. So I'm going to walk through the blueprints and the environments. And this is a simple example of a blueprint. This looks a lot like the code snippet I had in that environment, right? So you define the virtual network, defines a couple subnets. And then these are the environments. So we have two environments here. One is AWS, one is Azure. And they're both using the same demo blueprint. So I'm going to go ahead and deploy the demo blueprint into this AWS environment. And we'll go back to the list here and go into the Azure environment and apply that same exact blueprint into that environment. If I pop up the AWS console, there's nothing running yet. It's an empty environment. I'll pop up the Azure console, and same thing. There's nothing actually deployed into this infrastructure yet. If we take a look at what's underneath here, you'll see this is the details of the job as it's running. So these are all the objects that that blueprint has defined, and you'll notice they're not cloud specific. We go through three phases. We go through a prepare phase, where we take and figure out, do all the transformations as to what needs to be done in each specific cloud. We do this preview phase, where we talk directly to the public clouds and figure out what we have to do to the cloud to make it look just like that blueprint, because they are declarative. So whether it's these adds changes, we'll do what it takes to make it look like that. And then execution is going and doing all that, talking to those native cloud APIs to make those changes for you. So if we look at a few more details here, you can see this is all natural. It's the language that we speak, right? The rules are in there for firewall, HTTPS, HTTP, SSH. We select an image. In this case, for the instance we're deploying, you can see the cores is labeled as num cores. That's a definition of a variable. And in the environments, you can see that num cores is just set to 2 on the Azure side. So that defines the size of the instance we're to build. That one's in the Azure environment still running. If we jump into AWS, this one's done. So we'll pop over to the console here and do a refresh. You can see instance built, volumes built, key pairs built. Some of that was explicit. We told it to do that in the blueprint. Some of that was implicit. And here you can see 3 ports. Port 80, port 22, port 443. Those are the ports that we enabled in our definition of our blueprint. But let's be honest, enabling port 80, never a good plan. So let's go back and change our firewall. We'll take port 80 out of there. And while we're doing it, we'll throw another disk onto this instance as well. So data 2, and we'll create, if I can get it right, 75 gig of disk to add to that. It could be whatever number. That's just what I happen to pick. So we'll kick off that apply again. So same blueprint. I've modified it now. Still in draft mode. I haven't changed the version of it yet. And that's now off and running, applying into AWS. In the Azure environment, sometimes AWS is faster, sometimes Azure is faster. Azure's taking a bit of time to deploy that last instance for us. So we'll let that chug away for a second here while Azure does its work. If I go back, this is that policy as it existed in the AWS environment. If I check the status of the deployment into AWS, we can see it's still running. It's finished prepare. It's finished that preview phase. It's done most of the execution. It's on the last couple of steps here. For folks who want to get into the weeds of what exactly we're doing, that's all here. You can double click into the details. This tells you what objects we're managing and how we're making those changes. And you can see inspect changes there. If you really want the weeds, that takes you another step deeper into the weeds of what's happening in the public cloud. Azure's finished here, so we'll go ahead and hit apply. So that's now applying that same blueprint with the disk added and the rule removed. So I wanted to show that that making changes to an ongoing infrastructure is really simple. So whether that was for something that you're deploying as part of a CI/CD pipeline, fine, you can spin it up and tear it back down. If it's a long-lived application that you want to make changes to, that's fine as well. You can see port 80 has been pulled out of here. So that change was made on the fly, pulled port 80 out of there just by a simple change to the blueprint, and also added in our second volume. If it's environments where you're doing, say, spin something up for a developer, spin it up for QA, CI/CD, spin it up for production, You can do all of that with those same blueprints, and you can substitute out variables. So you could say, when I deploy to production, make things bigger, make things smaller, just by using variables. You can see port 80 has been pulled out of the Azure side. That was the NIC firewall. If I look at the subnet rule itself, it's been pulled out of there as well. So both of those are in sync. AWS and Azure have pretty different behavior in terms of subnets that you have to keep track of. We actually normalize that for you. See, our second disk has been added to as well. So that's a great example where we make it much, much easier to learn and onboard with the cloud. So even if you're already an expert in how to use cloud infrastructure, it's still a hassle. It's still a pain. It just rip these down as well. So the subnets, those what a really important difference in Azure and AWS, for example, is the way that the firewall policies on a NIC works is completely different. So if that's going to be completely different, the team needs to become an expert. When I'm deploying to AWS, it has to work this way. When I deploy to Azure, it has to work that way. We normalize that, so you never have to think about those details. It just does what it's supposed to do. You get predictable behavior that operates in a consistent way across those clouds. The whole idea here is to simplify this, right? Make it easier to automate your infrastructure. Get the team up to speed quickly, because this is so much less complicated. 50 to 80% less code, and actually readable code, maintainable code, right? Making change in infrastructure as code can be really dicey if the code is complicated. We make it really simple, so you're just less prone to having errors and mistakes. And declare once and deploy and manage anywhere. So write it once, and if you're deploying dev into AWS and somebody says, hey, can we swing some billing to Azure? And you decide, hey, we're going to move CI, QA into Azure, you can spin up those jobs in Azure. We'll build that same infrastructure there as well. So one of the things that we're pretty excited about for this is we went GA earlier in the summer. And as of September 1, we're launching a community edition for our product. We feel really strongly that having access to the technology and being able to play with it, we're all technologists at heart, and there's nothing more irritating to me than going to somebody's website, not being able to find pricing, not being able to find the features of the product, not being able to try the product. It makes me go nutty. So we have a community edition version that is a fully functional version of the product that just is limited in how many objects it can support in the public cloud. And we're opening up 50 slots for folks on the Megacast today. So this is not actually generally available today. The product itself is, but the community edition is not. So if folks go to that link, in fact, it's clickable. You can go directly to there and use the access code Megacast. You can sign up for the community edition. If you have questions, there's a little chat bot down in the corner. We're happy to answer any questions you have about the product. So that's our story. We're super excited to have folks in and try it and hear your feedback on the community edition.
Great presentation, Jesse. It is super exciting. Congratulations on the launch of your new company, this awesome new product. I'm going to go ahead and take that URL and that code and just put it over into the questions box for everyone out there because I want to move on to the poll question as well. But if someone missed the URL and the code there, I want to make sure that you have access to it. All right, I've just done that and shared it out to everyone in the audience. So let's do some questions from the audience. We've got some good questions coming in. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll that says, which public clouds do you plan on using in the next 12 months? And this is a multi-select question, and we'll leave that up there. So first question, Dana here I see is asking, is 2.0 designed to be managed by non-developers? Is this something who aren't coders? Could folks like me, infrastructure people, and maybe the IT pros on this call use this without a lot of coding and scripting knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, so you just defined one of our core use cases. So for folks that I haven't interacted with before, the background of myself and our team was all involved in the very early days at SimpliVity. And our view at SimpliVity was that virtualization at the time was way too complicated, right? It sounds strange now, but we remember the days of the storage admin and having to get the SAN admin to do zoning in the SAN. That's where virtualization was before hyperconvergence came along. And we felt really strongly that we could bring that same level of simplification to public cloud management. So we looked at kind of basic scripting skills, download a script off the internet, make a few changes. If you can do that, you can use Tuono to deploy and manage infrastructure. That was our goal, and if you think you fit into that category and you have feedback or questions as you're using it, we'd love to hear them because we want to make sure you can consume it. You are exactly who we want to make sure is enabled.
Excellent. All right. I like that because not all of us are coders, but we need to be able to rapidly deploy infrastructure to the public cloud, and this is the perfect tool for the job. Next question, do you have an API?
Yeah, so everything is an API. So another thing that we started with some really baseline foundational principles when we started Tuono, and one of them was everything in an API. So the API that sits in front of our SaaS offering is the same API that our own interface uses. So not only does it allow you to do major things like add something or remove something, classic operations like that, it lets you do everything our user interface does. So if you see us do it, it can be done if you want to talk to our API as well.
Nice. I like that. Yeah, that's going to be critical, I'm sure. Let's see, next question. They say SaaS is good, but is there a way to secure my secrets?
Yeah, this is an area where we have some pretty security paranoid folks on the team. Maybe there's a nicer way to say security paranoid, floral hats and fun things. This is a core design principle. If you can't secure it, it's not viable, right? So to give you a sense, we took Vault, which is an open source system for storing for secret management, and we extended even further to lock down secrets for use by our customers. So it stores credentials for customers and as well as other secrets that they may want to put in there. And we set that up so that you literally just point and click, load my credentials, hit a button, they're saved in there. And this isn't one big giant super vault that we have access to and everyone's information is in. Literally in a fully automated fashion, every user that joins our offering, we have a fully automated spin up of a vault environment that is dedicated to that organization. So their secrets are secret to them. And we have a couple of pending patents as well around how we keep that stuff secure through the entire chain. So I don't want to get too close to that because it's not all filed yet, but we have to be super careful about how those things are handed around and make sure that they're always secure, not just stored securely, but secure their entire lifespan.
Okay. Got it. Here's an interesting question. Manuel out there is asking, does this support and automate other automation tools that might be in use or people might be considering out there, or does this replace those types of tools?
So the answer is the classic, it depends. So if we have some customers who are using us to do all of their infrastructure automation. So for folks who are within the set of things that we support, that's totally possible. We have other customers who use us for slices of their environment. The larger organizations inevitably are going to have multiple tools. I was on a call with a customer the other day, and it was nothing better than live customer discussion, because it's really one of the most transparent ways to get feedback about what they like and don't like about our product. And there was one particularly passionate individual who really likes to write all this stuff in code. And another team member who has all the capabilities, knows the technology to do it all in code today. And the first individual said, this thing can only do 90% of what I want. I'm not using it. And the other team member said, great. fine. I'm going to use it because if I can do 90% of my work in 10% of the time it used to take me to do it, I'm on board, and I'll just do the last 10% the hard way. So there's other folks who are using us in a mix. The great thing about the API is you can integrate us with whatever you have. So if that's using us to kick us off as part of a CI tool chain, or have developers have access to us, have folks that integrate us into whatever they want. It's a simple way to do that integration, no matter what you want to integrate us with. But also all the way at the other end, just come into the UI and do it that way. So hopefully we're serving both ends of the audience, whether you're super technical and really want to be in the weeds of the code, or want to do kind of the lighter version of it and still get all the functionality.
Yeah, absolutely. Another good question here. Mohammed's asking, what types of, or what sizes of customers out there do you typically see using this tool? Or does it work across, really any company that wants to automate things in the cloud?
It does. It's really horizontal in terms of the customers. We have some, everyone from kind of financial institutions who really appreciate kind of the compliance and audit, multi-cloud. One of the common problems folks may see is, hey, I have, a lot of work happens under one set of credentials for AWS or Azure, but I have, multiple people on my team who are doing that. So I have no idea who did what. All I know is this, the AWS prod credentials were used. Right? So when you use us, everything is recorded, everything is audited. So oh, Jesse logged in and made that change. David logged in and made that change, even if we're both accessing the ability of to leverage those same underlying credentials. So that's more the larger end of the spectrum, all the way down to quite small organizations who are using us to manage everything, right? Just starting to move into the cloud, managing baseline infrastructure for them. And the other thing is we've tried to make our pricing really simple and really transparent so that it's economically available to folks who have small environments, as well as all the way up to it scales up with, more features into larger environments, if that's your need. So we tried to make sure we didn't price anyone out of the usability.
Awesome. Well, there's a few more technical questions there for you in the queue. I think that's all the time we have, though, in our live Q&A. Really great having you on again, Jesse. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. Awesome to be here. I appreciate the time. Take care, everyone.
Don't forget to check out 2ono.com/megacast and use the access code Megacast to download the 2ono Community Edition. Like Jesse said, this is a limited offering out there, 50 seats available. So make sure that you check that out today. I put the URL in the questions box as well, and you can actually just click on it right there in the slides window if you want to try it out for yourself. And I'll leave that up while we announce our next set of prize winners. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Eric Cole of Washington, and our next grand prize for another Microsoft Surface tablet, that's going to Michael Ulrich from Georgia. Congratulations. 2 more grand prizes, 3 more gift cards still to give out on today's event, so make sure that you stay tuned. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Megacast. That is Sahil Bansal, Product Marketing Manager at Nutanix. Sahil, are you there?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Thank you for inviting us, and thank you everyone for joining today. It's a pleasure to be able to talk to you about how Nutanix is helping our customers build a unified hybrid and multi-cloud. For those of you that might not be familiar with Nutanix, we started as a company about 11 years ago with our hyperconverged infrastructure offering, where we pioneered the field of hyperconverged infrastructure for our data center folks, IT ops teams that wanted a better solution for managing their on-prem infrastructure. We provide compute, storage, networking, virtualization, all delivered through one software-driven solution that you can install in any supported hardware platform. And that's all delivered as a software solution, so that's what we call our digital hyperconverged infrastructure services. And that's been the backbone of what Nutanix has done in terms of modernizing 3-tier legacy architectures towards a hyperconverged infrastructure architectures for our on-prem data center teams. Along with that, over the last several years, we've added a whole bunch of new services where we use our HCI as the offering, specifically around data center services for storage, networking, business continuity. For the DevOps teams, we offer cloud-native management platforms. We offer application lifecycle management and database as a service. And for VDI and desktop as a service needs as well, we have our desktop services offering. And that whole portfolio is what we call the Nutanix Cloud Platform, which has traditionally been delivered in a private cloud solution built on the data center. And over the last year or so, we've been building to extend that out to public clouds, to hyperscalers, and truly unify this cloud platform across both the data center as well as public clouds like hyperscalers and more. That's what our vision is for hybrid and multi-cloud. And the reason for doing that is because we talk to IT teams, enterprise IT teams, and they realize the benefits of both public as well as private clouds. It's not a case of one versus the other, but it's about how do I get the best out of both the worlds? How do I make sure that my workloads that are more suitable for remaining in the data center get the benefits of being able to control my consumption, being able to have more predictable performance, while keeping costs also a little bit under control. But workloads that need to burst on demand, that need to have more scalability, agility, they are able to get the benefits of public cloud while not operating these two in silos, but truly operating this as a unified hybrid cloud environment, especially for our IT infrastructure teams, where they might be concerns about expanding to public clouds, but ending up running that environment as a silo. So truly unifying this private cloud and public cloud solutions is what we do with our hybrid and multi-cloud solution. And this has not been an easy problem to solve, even though hybrid cloud has been around for a while. But truly integrating an on-prem environment and multiple public cloud environments has its challenges, namely around maintaining networking complexity between your data center and multiple public clouds, making sure that your infrastructure is not being consumed in silos, because that leads to more inefficiencies, which inevitably leads to increases in cost. Right? We've probably all heard stories about somebody left a compute instance running in public cloud, and 1 week later you realize, oops, now you just spent thousands of dollars in your company's budget. So how do you benefit from a hybrid cloud environment while maintaining control over it, as well as helping your businesses continue to advance? When we talk to our customers, what we see that what is needed in terms of such a unified hybrid cloud solution is a single platform that spans both on-prem and public cloud, and that lets IT ops teams and cloud teams use consistent skill sets and constructs in both environments, as opposed to having to learn different infrastructure management skills for each different cloud environment, and also enabling truly a seamless migration, elasticity, burstability from private to public clouds, so that you don't have to spend months and millions of dollars in re-architecting your applications to move them from on-prem to public cloud. And the way we deliver this in our solution is one of the key features is that we've built in native integration with public cloud providers and the Nutanix on-prem solution, so that you get direct access to public cloud services without having to manage additional networking overlays. And that's delivering what we call as freedom from cloud lock-in, not just at the technology layer, but also at the business layer, because you can also migrate your licenses across cloud environment, so that it's truly one overall IT business investment that you are thinking about, as opposed to different silos of on-prem and multiple public clouds. Right? So unifying that on-prem and public cloud environment involves decoupling your applications from the underlying platform, as well as decoupling your business investment from the underlying platform. That's what our solution called Nutanix Clusters delivers. And if you might have seen our press release, our announcement that went out last week, where we announced the general availability of Nutanix Clusters, which now delivers the hybrid and multi-cloud ready infrastructure, helping our customers run the full Nutanix Cloud Platform, either in their on-prem or in public cloud environments, along with a unified management plane that stretches across both private and public clouds, helping you manage infrastructure from a single console, whether that's your on-prem infrastructure running in an on-prem Nutanix cluster or your cloud infrastructure running in a Nutanix cluster on AWS. So the first cloud that we support is AWS, with others to come very, very soon. And in terms of the key use cases that we've seen from our customers, what do they see as the benefits of hybrid or multi-cloud for, or what are they're using it for? The big one is, of course, lift and shift. You have applications that are running in your on-prem environment that you need to move to public cloud. You could spend a lot of time to re-architect those apps, or you could use a solution that allows you to truly migrate apps to the public cloud with absolutely no code change. And another key use case is maybe you don't want to migrate your apps to the cloud, but you just want to benefit from the public cloud agility and elasticity. So Nutanix Clusters helps to connect your on-prem to AWS environment so that then you can on-demand burst into public cloud, provision additional resources. Let's say you might want to provision additional VDI. So we make it super simple for you to deploy capacity in public cloud, integrate that with your on-prem applications so that you can keep your, let's say, your Citrix golden image on-prem, but deploy additional VDI into public cloud on demand and scale back when you might not need that additional capacity again. We see a lot of customers interested in using the public cloud regions as a DR site, as a secondary site, instead of having to maintain their own secondary data center. So again, we help to connect the on-prem and the public cloud world, and then you can keep your public cloud, your AWS region, as your backup recovery, as your DR site. And lastly is about integrating with public cloud services so that you can modernize certain legacy applications that might be running in your data center by connecting natively to public cloud services. Maybe you might want to use certain AI or ML services on the public cloud side that you may not have access to in your data center. So we allow you to connect your legacy apps running in your data center natively with public clouds like AWS. And the key the key innovation behind this, as I mentioned, is first of all the native integration with the cloud networking. What that means is you are able to use your existing VPN connectivity, your existing VPCs and subnets on the AWS side. It is all of your existing setup. You don't have to create any new additional setup because we've put in the necessary effort to make sure that the VMs that are running in your hybrid cloud environment, they get the same IP address as the AWS EC2 native space. So to the AWS instances, it appears as those VMs running on Nutanix are basically just like any other EC2 native VMs. So you get direct access to AWS services because you're operating in the same native space on the AWS networking. You don't have to manage any additional networking complexity, which leads to higher performance and lower latency operations. And we are able to migrate your VMs, containers, all of your infrastructure, and the apps running on them seamlessly from on-prem to the public cloud world while delivering the same level of performance that our HCI capability has been known for in your private cloud environment. No retooling, no refactoring, no code change, moving apps from on-prem to public cloud while still maintaining the same level of performance that you might be used to in your data center environment. And it's all your same existing Nutanix software, same existing AWS accounts. It's not any new silos of cloud accounts that we create, which means you also benefit from being able to use your existing AWS credits or reserved instances that you might have already paid for on your AWS side. Similarly, if you are already using the Nutanix software on-prem, you're able to benefit from knowing that Nutanix software inside out, as well as having the same licenses that you already purchased for on-prem, and now just apply that in the hybrid environment of Nutanix running on public clouds. So it's your same Nutanix software, your same AWS account, while delivering the benefits of a hybrid environment. So this solution is GA. It is available for everybody to try out today, Nutanix Hybrid Cloud with AWS. And very soon, over the next few weeks, over the next little while, you will hear more about our expansion towards Azure. We are actively working towards it. and that the solution for Nutanix and Azure should also be coming out pretty soon. And that will be a truly unified hybrid and multi-cloud is how we see it. It's not your on-prem in a separate silo with AWS and on-prem in a separate silo with Azure. It's truly bringing all of your cloud environments together. It's your data center, it's your existing AWS accounts, it's your existing Azure accounts, all coming together, operating as a unified hybrid and multi-cloud. So that's the solution that we are delivering. This is just another way to visually see what we mean by when we say it's truly a lift and shift of your VMs, of your containers, of your apps from on-prem to AWS with no code change, no change to the application networking. And with just one click, we also help you easily provision additional EC2 bare metal instances and automatically provision more capacity, more Nutanix HCI running on those EC2 bare metal instances and replicate those VMs. All of that process can be automated using our application runbooks, as we call them. And for any existing Nutanix customers that might be on the call, you might recognize the background UI there a little bit. That's what we call our Prism management plane. That's what our customers have been using to manage their on-premises infrastructure, where they have Nutanix running in their data center environment. And from that Prism Central, our customers would typically be managing Nutanix using either the AHV hypervisor that we provide or Nutanix running with ESXi or Hyper-V, basically managing all of the Nutanix on-prem clusters. And now the same Prism Central also helps you manage the Nutanix on AWS cluster. So it's truly, central. It's what we call one Prism Central to rule them all. We do deploy AHV on the cloud cluster, but that is completely independent of any hypervisor that you might have in your on-prem environment. So it's integrating the whole infrastructure management lifecycle, whether that's VMs, containers, storage, and it's also unifying the application of networking policies or security policies, all from the same Prism Central environment. That Prism Central just becomes the center of your universe from an IT infrastructure management perspective, whether it's on-prem, whether it's AWS, or the future clouds to come in the near future. And another key feature that we've built in is what we call hibernation and resume to help customers lower their operational costs. First of all, there is no refactoring involved. You can move your apps as is. So that in itself leads to lower cost of migration. And you are also able to use your existing AWS credits or reserved instances, which also helps with keeping AWS costs under control. But we understand the bare metal instances can be expensive, especially if you don't intend to use your hybrid environment 24/7. Let's say for burst stability use case or DR use case, you don't necessarily have to pay for those bare metal instances when you don't need them. So what we give our customers the ability to do is send those bare metal instances into hibernation mode, remove the Nutanix software, stop the EC2 instances, and send all of your data and metadata to S3 storage buckets. Storage buckets are a lot more cheaper than compute instances. So when you are running in the hibernation mode, all of your data is safe. You are not paying for the EC2 instances. You're not paying for the Nutanix software. You're just paying for the S3 storage bucket. And when you're ready to, bring back your hybrid environment again and establish that hybrid connectivity between AWS and Nutanix on-prem, with just one click, you can resume your bare metal instances. We will automatically install the Nutanix software, pull all the data from the S3 buckets, and restore your session as if nothing had happened. You're able to get back all of your session, all of your data with, there is no loss of data, and you're able to save on the operational costs when you're not actually needing to use your hybrid environment. And the license mobility, so I mentioned that the same, we want to decouple you also at the business investment layer. The same Nutanix licenses that you might be using in your data center, they work in AWS. And in future, when we support other clouds like Azure, they will also work in the Azure clusters. So it's giving you the flexibility to migrate your apps without having to worry about unused license capacity that you might have already invested in with Nutanix. On the AWS side, these are the 4 bare metal instances that we support today: M5D, i3, i3EN, and Z1D. Any region, any AWS region that has these bare metal instance availability, you will be able to run Nutanix clusters on AWS in those regions. In terms of consumption and billing model, obviously this is a hybrid cloud, so there are two different components to it. What you pay for the EC2 instances to AWS and what you pay to Nutanix for the Nutanix software. And that has a couple of different components. For our existing Nutanix customers, we allow them the flexibility of BYOL, bring your own license and apply that in the hybrid environment, as well as for new customers or customers that want to expand beyond their license capacity, their existing license capacity. We mirror the consumption models that you are used to in the cloud, which is pay as you go, right? So, you just want your hybrid connectivity established for a few hours per day or for a few days in a week. We will, under that billing model, we only bill you for your actual consumption at the end of the month. Or for customers that want the flexibility of, I know how much I am going to use. Here is a certain amount that I'm willing to commit. We offer a commitment-based pricing, which is an annual commitment. Let's say you might want to commit to paying $100,000 applicable towards Nutanix in your hybrid cloud. You get the appropriate benefits of discounting, and we meter those on the basis of CPU cores and storage. So talk is cheap. The benefit is, as I say, the proof is in the pudding. We have what we call a test drive, which is available for everyone. If you go to our website, nutanix.com/clusters, you can take the test drive, which is a self-guided experience of how you can deploy Nutanix on AWS, how easily we make it for you to use your existing VPN setup, existing AWS subnets, and connect it with your on-prem environments and migrate apps from on-prem to public cloud. Once you're comfortable with how the product works, you can extend the test drive to a 30-day free trial, which gives you access to the real product, and then you can connect that with your AWS environment, run a simple CloudFormation script, which will give us access to your AWS account. And after that, it only takes about 30 to 40 minutes to deploy a Nutanix cluster in your AWS VPCs. Connect it with your on-prem environment. If you have VPN connectivity already established between your on-prem data center to AWS, it honestly takes less than 1 hour to get that hybrid cloud experience ready. So visit nutanix.com/clusters, take the test drive, see how Nutanix can help you easily deploy a hybrid cloud with AWS, and stay tuned for our news to come on the Azure side. That's all that I have today. Happy to take any questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, Sahil. Congratulations on the release of Nutanix clusters. Very cool stuff. Let's take some questions from the audience here, and while we do so, I'm just going to bring up this poll for everyone out there. What additional information would you like about Nutanix? And I encourage you to answer that poll while we do some Q&A here. So one of the questions that came in, Neil is asking, can Nutanix essentially help make my backup and data protection easier?
Absolutely. So Nutanix has our own native DR solution, which we call Xi Leap. Xi is basically our branding for anything that's managed by Nutanix. With Xi Leap, we help our customers already do their disaster recovery in the Nutanix cloud, which is Xi Cloud. With Nutanix clusters, now you can use the same concepts of Leap, same skill sets, same tooling, but now you are able to do that into AWS. So it's giving our customers the freedom of cloud. Do you want to use the Nutanix cloud for your DR needs, or do you want to use AWS for your DR needs, or Azure when we support it? The same skill sets, the same tooling, the same constructs are applicable in any cloud. So it definitely makes it much more easier to use a cloud environment for backup and DR.
Excellent. Nice. Yeah, that sounds like that could really help out a lot. And there's a couple of questions here around, I would say, resiliency, asking about, how many copies of the data are kept? Are there multiple data centers that they can be replicated to? If there's downtime, basically, how quickly can we get back up and running? I'm just kind of trying to summarize all the questions into one. But you want to talk about resiliency for a little bit?
Yeah, so today the Nutanix clusters are deployed in a single AWS availability zone, but it is definitely on our short and medium-term roadmap to support multi-AWS availability zone deployment. It is entirely up to the customer how many copies of the data you want to make, we have a variable in our solution called replication factor. So if you use a replication factor of 2, which is the minimum that we recommend, then you basically get 2 copies of your data. Today, they would be stored in the same AWS AZ, but at least it still adds a bit more resiliency than having it only on-prem. Now you have it in AWS. Very soon, we will have multi-AWS availability zone. So then you would be able to have your data on-prem, data in AWS availability zone 1, data in AWS availability zone 2. So that adds an even more layer of how many different places you can have your data stored in.
Right, got it. Okay. And then so when it comes to Nutanix clusters, is this something, would they be required to first have Nutanix on premises, or can you deploy Nutanix clusters just into the public cloud?
You can absolutely deploy Nutanix clusters just in the public cloud. The benefit of having Nutanix on-prem is simply that you have that hybrid experience, right? The cluster solution was built keeping the need for hybrid cloud in mind. Maybe most of the time you want to stay in your data center and burst occasionally into public cloud, or it could be the other way around as well. Most of the time you can stay in the public cloud side, and sometimes you might want to bring back apps on-prem, or you might want to just shut down your data center completely and move fully to public cloud. You do get started on the public cloud side when you configure the Nutanix cluster solution. So it is decoupled from having the need to have Nutanix on-prem. It just helps you with the hybrid connectivity. But you can absolutely run Nutanix on AWS without having any Nutanix on-prem.
Excellent, very cool. Yeah, so I've just brought up this slide again with the free trial and free test drive information. Sahil, you want to walk us through a little bit? If people go here, they sign up. It's a very quick, simple form, name, address, phone number, stuff like, or name, phone number, email, stuff like that. What happens after that?
Yeah, so the test drive is, when you fill out the form for the test drive, you will get an email with an access link that will bring you into sort of like a simulation environment where we host all the infrastructure at the back end, and there are step-by-step guided instructions. This is where you would go in to configure your AWS account. This is where you would go in to deploy a Nutanix cluster on AWS. This is where you would go in to integrate it with your on-prem environment if you want to. It takes about 30 to 45 minutes to finish the test drive. If you want, you can take it. If you don't want to, you can bypass it and get straight into the product, the 30-day free trial period. We will get notified whenever somebody begins a test drive or a free trial. We have chat support available in our test drive. So, you can just reach out via a little chat widget, and our support team will be there to help you. Our sales engineers are available to get on a call and help you actually deploy your hybrid cloud environment. So available to help our customers build a seamless hybrid and multi-cloud experience.
Excellent. And that URL for Nutanix.com/clusters is also in the handouts tab for anyone out there who wants to, just click on that URL and give the Nutanix cluster solution a try for yourself. It's very easy to do. And in fact, the form has one field, which is email. Simplest form ever. I like that.
I see.
All right.
I see one more question, which is important. So if I may just quickly answer that.
Go ahead.
Do I expose my data during the test drive and trial? You do not expose your data at all during the test drive. It is completely like a simulated walk-me style environment. There is no data connectivity during our test drive. It's to help you understand how you would actually use the product. When you do actually use the product, you are simply sending us some information back about your infrastructure connectivity, nothing related to your actual data. It is your cluster. Nutanix is just providing you the underlying platform, but it's owned and operated and managed by the customer. It's not owned by Nutanix. So it's your Nutanix cluster. We are here to help you run it.
Excellent. All right. Well, I think that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but a really great presentation. Thank you so much for teaching us today about the new Nutanix offering, Nutanix clusters. Thanks, Sahil.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you to Nutanix for supporting today's event. Again, check out Nutanix clusters. The link is there in the handouts tab. And with that, it's time for our next prize announcement. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Stephen McDaniel from North Carolina. Congratulations, Stephen McDaniel from North Carolina. Still 2 more grand prizes and 2 more gift cards to give out on the event today, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And now I'm excited to introduce our next presenter on today's Cloud Megacast. That is Mr. Matt Witzenman, Senior Manager for Red Hat Cloud Platform Practice. Matt, great to have you. Take it away.
All right, yeah, thanks for having me. So today I'm here to talk to you about open hybrid multi-cloud and the strategies that accompany that, especially from professional services. So first and foremost, I want to introduce myself. My name is Matt Witzenman. I'm a senior manager with the cloud platform practice at Red Hat. And I have a culmination of experience that spans 22 years, ranging from, as you see, system administration in my early career to architect midway through, now into senior management. And so some of the solutions that I've architected along the way, especially on behalf of Red Hat and the OpenShift product itself, is to really help our customers transition into a faster pace emerging technology. And with OpenStack being in the open source community, it's going to be moving fast. And so you'll need some very technical people along the way to help you with not only that, but also your business requirements. So today what we're going to discuss basically is what is it? What is open hybrid in an open hybrid cloud? And then Red Hat's vision for that. And then how do we handle that from a management scenario? Because once we get into the presentation, you'll quickly see that you might come across ideas of, man, this is a whole lot. How do I deal with this? Well, we make it easy. And then I have a little call to action for the audience. So in this hybrid and multi-cloud, so how do we really take this IT legacy infrastructure that we're so used to dealing with and really transition into an on-demand kind of infrastructure? And so I believe this slide really depicts it best when you really say that in the olden days, for those of us that are up there in years, on the left, you see a bunch of kids sitting around a television. And what I'm intending to convey with this approach is really TV programs were offered in really limited availability, limited choice, and focused really for batch delivery. So that's the kids sitting here with not much interaction and no choice really when to consume. But as you see on the right, which most of us should be aware of, there's an on-demand world that's all around us. It's the modern way of watching programs, if you were to stay in that analogy, where it's on demand, you have self-service, where it really is more choice, where you can pay as you go, or you can scale it how you see fit. And in a cloud native world, that's what we're going to discuss. So at the forefront of this innovation is OpenShift as a container platform in and of itself. And so it's built on Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and a culmination of that for a reduced footprint is Red Hat Core OS that was really designed to run containerized workloads. And so before we go much above that, what you have to take into account is OpenShift really runs, and I'll say this a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but really runs everywhere. It runs at the edge. So those are workloads where it's close to your particular device. So think about the phone that we depicted on the previous slide, or a physical device where you are virtualizing the whole environment, or a virtual environment, whether that's a private cloud or a public cloud, and then having the ability to have multiple architectures. And we'll get into that idea of multiple architectures here soon. And then how do we deal with it when somebody else manages your cloud? And so with that in mind, as you move up the stack, we have what's called the OpenShift Kubernetes engine. I like to think of this simply as the CaaS, the container as a service platform. But you really get a lot of features here at this particular level. You get the automated install and upgrades where you get over-the-air updates. You get the monitoring stack that we provide, a container registry, all the networking goodies that come along with that with the software-defined network, and any kind of ingress, such as we're discussing here is the router. And then KubeVirt. For those that may not know, KubeVirt is our OpenShift virtualization. And then we have things like OLM, which is Operator Lifecycle Manager. And then, of course, you might be very familiar with Helm. So those are kind of the base services that you would get in what we call the OpenShift Kubernetes engine. Above that is where the big values really start to show themselves. Not only is it a platform where you can run your containers, but you can interface with separate technologies, some of which you see here, like Service Mesh, have the ability to have mutual TLS or east-west traffic shaping. You can do builds inside OpenShift, so you can do your Java builds and workloads and such. We give you a full stack logging to go with that. And then on the opposite side, on the developer services, we spent a lot of time making sure that the developers are comfortable within the platform themselves. And so this is where you see the VS Code extensions, Visual Studio, and having a direct interface into the working non-production cluster, as it were. And then you have things like IDE plugins or code-ready workspaces. You might say, well, what is that? Well, code-ready workspaces is your IDE running inside OpenShift. So it's a full-fledged development workspace able to deliver code within the same platform that you're deploying to. And then the last one there, that code-ready containers itself, that's OpenShift on your laptop. So to run that, it is a complete mimic of what you would normally see in the OpenShift container platform, just running on your laptop. And then at the very highest of levels, and we'll get a little bit deeper into this, but just to kind of close the loop on it, having the ability to do multi-cluster management and what that actually means. And so we have a product to help you with that. It's called Advanced Cluster Management, or we refer to it in-house as ACM. So OpenShift, as you know, offers a broad set of hybrid cloud services. So we've been running on AWS for a very, very long time. And it is our first managed services offering that we offered at Red Hat that ran on AWS, but Red Hat in engineering and support took care of that all by itself. And so as we progressed through time, we offered Azure and OpenShift running there in a managed support. We also offered it in OpenShift dedicated on Google Cloud, and of course IBM Cloud, us being a subsidiary of IBM, and then all the on-premises workloads. And so this mixture, or this ability to consume hardware, software in all of these different platforms, OpenShift has the ability to go right over the top and make your management, make your day two operations much, much more seamless. And so I wanted to show you guys a little bit of kind of the inside view of how we see all these providers and some of when the version of OpenShift was deployed and capable of running in those particular areas. I don't want to spend an enormous amount of time, but what I do want you to know is there are two options to consume and deliver the platform: an installer provision infrastructure and then a user provision infrastructure. The difference is it's a full stack automation with what we call the IPI, versus a user provision infrastructure where you got to do a little bit of work in the front end to ensure that OpenShift will lay down on the top of it. But as we go through time, it is our hope, and continues to be so, that more and more installations fall into IPI. So less worry about day zero kind of things, and where OpenShift can handle those in a very opinionated way, but could be quickly changed at a later date and time. So as you saw on the screen previously, there was a spot there that talked about IBM. So as a container platform, most of the world and most of the clouds that you would normally interact with don't have the ability to run containers on Power hardware, which is an IBM proprietary hardware base. But you think about it, about the folks that run AIX as a proprietary Linux. But OpenShift will run on Power. OpenShift will run on Z, which means it runs on the mainframe. And so IBM has their cloud capabilities, and there are large organizations throughout the globe that have their own mainframes and can take advantage of running OpenShift as a container platform that looks just like they would run it on, let's say, the x86 architecture. And so being able to have a homogeneous environment that you know how to navigate through, know how to take advantage of, is very, very helpful. However, I do want to say one thing. There's only one mixed cluster. And so that's where it's represented here, where you can have Windows machines. Think about that from a different operating system standpoint, but it still runs on the same hardware, so an x86 platform, as well as Windows workloads. And so you can have a cluster that's mixed in those two areas, but you definitely cannot have this representation here with Windows and Linux on the x86 platform handle or include workloads on the mainframe and power. And the same thing is true on the other side, to where you really can't have a mainframe control plane that then has worker nodes in x86 or power. And the same thing holds true for power. You can deploy certainly OpenShift there, but the only worker nodes would be in the power realm. But this is great for all compute, because there isn't a platform that OpenShift as a container platform won't run on. Like, this is really revolutionary. I can't stress it how important this is, but as we go through, we're not done, right? So the idea, well, what about virtual machines? Well, we had mentioned KubeVirt a couple of slides ago. And so the OpenShift team and engineers working at the upstream community with KubeVirt have come up with the ability to run a virtual machine inside a container. So it leverages all the really great things about Kubernetes and its orchestration capabilities, and how it ingresses and how it does load balancing automatically. So all of those things are built into how we migrate type of workloads that are VMs into a container platform. And so we have a migration toolkit for virtualization that will help you do this. So think about it. You have a slew of virtual machines and an alternate hypervisor that you're managing, and you want to have it all under one roof. Well, we can do that. And so OpenShift virtualization inside the OpenShift platform itself allows for that capability. So I'd say what's in it for operations, right? Because we're talking about a hybrid multi-cloud environment. Well, operations is at the forefront of having to deal with, and really, I think about it, having the pleasure to deal with the ability to handle all these different workloads and platforms. But along the way, you want to make sure that you have some kind of consistency of management. You want to make sure that you have, you save cost, but you still want to be able to innovate, right? And you really want to maintain your OpEx investments. But all of those things are great, but if you don't have the skills to do so, and Kubernetes skills, I would say, are in high demand throughout the globe at this particular time. And Red Hat can help you on that journey with Kubernetes and with OpenShift. Because as a reminder, as we're talking about this, OpenShift as a platform is 100% unchanged Kubernetes, meaning we as engineers work upstream to ensure that the product that most folks know as Kubernetes, or the project, I should say, is exactly what the rest of the world would download. So you can go out to the Kubernetes environment and download, like the 117 version. You're going to get that same 117 version in a version of OpenShift. It's not going to be changed. We're just adding a whole lot of things. And so I just want to mention one thing, like along the way, as Red Hat has been the #1 contributor to the Kubernetes project outside of Google, the originator of it, one thing that we gave back to the community freely was the idea of a router, or the ingress. And so that's been very much embraced in the Kubernetes environment, and things like configs and things like that. We've helped in it shape the way the platform itself is designed. But OpenShift, as you know, is supported by Red Hat. And so you get all the wonderful things with a subscription scenario with free updates, certainly free support by calling Red Hat. And so I wanted to say, within the operations team, this really allows for you to build a foundation and a culture around a platform that services all of your workloads. And so as we move forward, I wanted to share one of the customer experiences with you for Delta Airlines. They're one of our great customers. We work side by side with them. They were on the main stage a couple of years ago at Summit, but it really culminates with the idea that, hey, they started out in an OpenShift 3 world and needed to migrate to an OpenShift 4 world. So we were here from a services perspective to help them along the way, and take all the lessons learned from them saying, hey, it's one thing to have OpenShift running on-prem. It's another thing to have it running in another cloud provider. And how do we go back and forth in that scenario, and how we've developed our applications seems to be consuming way more than we had hoped for. So our team came in and helped them reduce that overcommitment, as you see there. And then in our current times with the impact of COVID, we were able to help them in a remote fashion, just like their employees were working remote, to ensure that all the processes and the shutdown that they were having to kind of deal with, we were able to work with them side by side. And so as you see there, some of the services, they were deploying enterprise Linux, certainly using automation for Ansible, especially in the early days of OpenShift 3, and then the OpenShift container platform, along with our consulting services. And so it's been a big win for us, alongside with Delta, to gain some of those efficiencies that I was referring to in a couple of the previous slides. So I wanted to kind of give you guys a series of like numbers and facts. And one of the things I wanted to point out without hammering you too much with statistics is the fact that 93% of enterprises use multiple clouds, meaning I have something on-prem or that I consider a cloud, or I have something in one of the major cloud providers that I'm trying to utilize. And so why do customers really want this multi-cloud? First and foremost, the very first thing they've said to us, and they've said to the folks that produced this report from the State of the Cloud report from Flexera, is the idea that they don't want a vendor lock-in, and they really want to be able to move their application from on-prem to the cloud and back, and they really want to diversify and reduce the risk. And one of the main things they were really concerned about was the increased availability, to make sure that the folks that we polled, or they polled, I should say, were worried about if I had a workload on the West Coast or the East Coast or in Canada or in LATAM or in EMEA or APAC, wherever it was on the globe, they wanted to make sure that they had the ability to service their customer set. And so to being able to standardize on that diverse population was very, very important to them. And so they looked to Red Hat as a corporation and a company to help them along that journey, so that they didn't necessarily have to lock into a particular cloud. They could use the services from a cloud that best fits their application and their end users. So I said a whole lot about some technology. I said a whole lot about just in general about OpenShift and mentioned some customers along the way. So how do we put this together? Well, I want to introduce to you the Red Hat Advanced Cluster Management for Kubernetes. And the reason it's important about that title, and as I repeat it to you verbatim, is this platform that we've created can manage not only OpenShift, and because it runs on OpenShift, but it can manage AKS, GKS, all of the other cloud Kubernetes platforms. So if you do have workloads that are outside of OpenShift, they're in a containerized world, this platform will manage those. It'll manage your life cycle. It'll manage your policy and governance, so we can do a declarative or apply a declarative manner, meaning I have a manifest and I have a means or a mechanism to make sure that it gets applied not only to a particular namespace or a series of applications, but those policies can be made to be at a higher level, at the cluster level, and they can be made to be down at the very low level, namespace level. And it has the ability, this tool has the ability to do advanced application placement, meaning I want to deploy a particular application, and you tell it where you want it to deploy, and it will do that very thing. And so there's some themes that are coming right around the corner for us, and to be able to manage OpenShift everywhere. Now granted, this is a Red Hat talk, right? So we're going to be talking more along the lines of Red Hat versus the Kubernetes, but the same thing still holds true to be able to apply your policies and manage your clusters. But we'll be able to provision, which is a really cool thing, provision bare metal, and provision vSphere environments to run on OpenShift, to have OpenShift run on top of them. We'll be able to discover OCM. This might be a new term for you, but it's OpenShift Cluster Manager. This is, you think about cloud.redhat.com, where you as a user could go out and see all of your clusters. Well, ACM will interact with OCM, because that piece in and of itself is collecting a whole lot of very useful data, and that data can be fed and aggregated into ACM for you to manage from a single pane of glass. And so having the ability to have that observability be able to see all your metrics and your telemetry data about your clusters is, I can't even say how really important that is. I can't stress it enough. But in addition to that, we want to make sure that you have the ability to deploy your applications wherever you want to go. So there's more out-of-the-box security policies along the way. So that might be something you need to be aware of. So when we deploy ACM with you, or you deploy it yourself, you'll have security policies right out of the box, which is fantastic. So and those come from our engineering, those come from consulting, those come from other areas in the open source community, and we take all of those and allow you to apply and modify as you see fit. So what does it really look like to unify this multi-cluster management, to really create and centrally manage it across multiple clouds? As you see here in the single pane view, we have clusters from Azure and Amazon and the auto detect ones. So you might be saying, what's the auto detect ones? Well, that's the OCM ones. That's where we link into OCM, and it then modifies and connects into these clusters appropriately. And then your data center. So this is the ability to look at what's going on in your own data center. And there's a beauty about this. If you've already deployed OpenShift, or you've already deployed Kubernetes, hopefully it was intuitive, but you can then pull in that cluster into ACM and manage it from that point forward. And so your security folks should be delighted about that. And it's a really quick way to troubleshoot all of these different clusters very, very quickly. And so I was talking about the security team in a policy-based governance, to where risk and compliance are managed together. And we have built-in policies, as I was talking about, with CIS. But the beauty of this is from your stakeholders' standpoint, they can quickly see what's going on in the cluster. Are we meeting business objectives, not only from a cluster level, certainly, but also from an application level? And are we in a compliance as we move along in time? And so the advanced application lifecycle management, as you see here in this picture, it's super, super easy to deploy and scale it, and it can deploy and scale it wherever you tell it to deploy and scale it from a cluster that you manage. And so that in and of itself is very powerful. And then we certainly provide some graphing capabilities here to understand the connectivity and who's talking to who and where in your particular applications. So overall, what's the architecture of ACM? Well, you have to install OpenShift on its own cluster, a very small cluster. And then you install ACM via an operator. So everything we do at Red Hat going forward at this point is operator based. And so that's the intellectual knowledge and development and life cycle of a particular application that you want running. And so ACM still falls into that realm as well, to where you have the ability to expand on CRs and CRDs. Those are custom resources and custom resource definitions. And so those become very custom objects inside Kubernetes that it then manages. So this is one of the great powerful things that showed up in Kubernetes in the 3.7 realm, CRs and CRDs. They are, in a sense, for those of you that are more advanced, they're just controllers within Kubernetes. And so that having that aspect and that expandability is very, very powerful. And so ACM leverages that capability as well. And so then it manages, the hub cluster itself will manage all those additional clusters. So what are some of the benefits of OpenShift and ACM? Well, you really do get an accelerated development to production. So think about when you've deployed an OpenShift cluster or a Kubernetes cluster, and you've been managing it along the way, and you've been applying some policies, but you want to create another cluster that looks like that in a different zone. Well, you got to go and kind of manually do all of those things unless you've created some automation along the way, which would be great if you did. But ACM allows for that to happen automatically. And so with that in mind, you get reduced costs, certainly, and ease for compliance. So you can apply these policies across the board wherever you see fit. And depending on whether you have data gravity issues or you have proprietary standards that you need to meet, all of those can be applied separately. It doesn't necessarily have to be a full blanket, but all these policies can be modified, changed, and applied as you see fit. So from a services standpoint, what is our approach to do this? We want to make sure that you indeed are empowered to make sure that the transformation that you're looking for is indeed what you asked for. And so we do that in three different ways. Typically, you've heard of people, process, and technology, but I think Red Hat takes it to a different level. And instead of necessarily just people, it's the culture that really sparks the innovation. And it's these approaches that we embrace, such as inclusivity and transparency and adaptability and collaboration. That cultural perspective, as we work with you, not only with the technology and the processes that you have, or our best practices, if you want to think about it in that way, the culmination of that, I'd like to say that, we help you become Red Hat right where you are, as far as from a services perspective. So we don't hold anything back. We give you certainly all of the special knowledge that we've gained over the years through our consultings, and what people would call as the secret sauce. But I don't necessarily know that it's secret sauce per se, because we'll give it to you. But what I would also say is we take a lot of the experience throughout the years in consulting and have a process and procedure in-house to ensure not only that small project team knew exactly how to deploy and develop and produce really great business outcomes, but we then go share that with the rest of consulting and feedback into engineering and into product management. And so there's this constant feedback loop that we tell our customers about and we experience with them, but we also are doing it on a daily basis with the rest of the organization. So part of that is outlined in this journey that we see. And we help you understand what the strategy is. So you're talking about what we call a discovery session, coming in and asking a series of questions and understanding your pain points and how we've seen the industry, whether it's your industry vertical or it's just the technology in and of itself. And so then we build this foundation to ensure that we're solid moving forward. And then we accelerate into the adoption phases of the particular technology and the way we work. So Red Hat Services for Kubernetes has a theme that I think kind of goes through here. And it's the idea that we are looking at the end or the outcomes to ensure all of these different personas not only have their voices heard, as I was talking about with inclusivity and transparency, being able to have open conversations and adaptability and collaboration, as it were, but we want to make sure that all the proverbial boxes are checked along the way. And so Red Hat Services really has direct access to all the great experts, as I was describing before, and we feed that back into you. And so my call to action for this group, before we really get into the Q&A piece, is, are you ready? Are you ready for OpenShift? Are you ready for the multi-architecture? Are you ready to manage it from a holistic standpoint with ACM? And so we have an assessment here that you can take. It's called Ready to Innovate, or RTI. And then we also provide some skills assessment. So you can go and take a semi-quiz. I guess this is the best way to say it. It's a small little quiz that you take, and it's very interactive. Depending on the answers that you provide, it jumps you into a different level of questioning to spit out an assessment to see where you are from a technical standpoint. So that's our call to action, or that's my call to action with the audience today. And then I just wanted to say thank you for giving me some time to tell you about open hybrid multi-cloud. So with that, I'll turn it back over.
All right, great presentation. I really appreciate that. Really cool stuff that you guys are doing at with OpenShift at Red Hat. Matt, are you ready for some Q&A?
Yeah, sounds great. Thanks.
Awesome. All right, well, for everyone out there on the event, I want to point out the poll question I just brought up. What additional information would you like about the Red Hat solution? So I'll just leave that up while we do a couple of questions. So first question I wanted to ask you is, can I manage OpenShift 3.x clusters with ACM?
Yeah, good question from the audience. So yeah, the quick answer is absolutely. But there is some constraints that fall within the guidelines. And so the clusters that we would manage typically would be OpenShift 3.11, which you would think about that from a Kubernetes standpoint. That's a 1.11 is how that translation works. But yes, absolutely, ACM can manage those clusters.
Okay, and what about managing non-Red Hat Kubernetes clusters?
Yeah, so part of what we discussed in the presentation here is making sure that you can manage things like GKE and AKS and EKS and IKS, all the KSs as it were, in addition to what we're doing here with OpenShift.
Nice. All right. And then what about how many clusters can you manage with one deployment of ACM?
That's a great question. So there's no true theoretical limit. However, the tested limits that we've experienced through our engineering staff is up to 250 managed clusters. And so you might say, wow, that's a whole lot depending on the size of the clusters themselves to make such a statement. And I would say yes, but it truly does depend on the type of workloads that you're running and the worker nodes themselves. But the tested limit that we used, we went ahead and used M5 2X large units, and so you had 8 CPUs, 32 gigs of memory for your masters. Same thing for the worker nodes, and it was capable of managing 250 clusters in and of themselves. So quite a large scope for those clusters that for those customers that are going to be thinking about, let's say edge clusters where you're going to have a whole lot of small OpenShift clusters or a whole lot of small environments out there, whether it's in the public cloud, and ACM will be able to manage that without a problem.
Nice. And then what about the deployment for this? Is this something that, I could do or one of the IT pros on this event could do, or is this something we're going to need professional services for?
You don't necessarily require professional services. Certainly, it can be self-installed, and with particularly savvy customers, we've seen that the requisite time for them to learn the tool on their own can be sometimes elongated. However, we do offer services as a way to reduce that ramp-up time and help to ensure that the implementation of ACMs follows really best practices and recommended supported practices as well.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, it's always good to have that option available. And then probably the final question we have time for is, what should people do to get started?
So, so part of the call to action is you can try out ACM. It's part of our OpenShift culture and in the open source. And you can have a supported version for 60 days if you'd like it as well. And so I would just contact Red Hat support, and they can direct you to either our professional services organization or send you some links to be able to download the code and start to, kick the tires, as it were.
Excellent. All right. Well, that's very generous. 60 days, support is included. So very cool. A very exciting time to get started with OpenShift. Matt, great presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks again. I appreciate the time.
For more information on Red Hat OpenShift, check out the PDF that's available there for download. And it's actually a full dummies book, Hybrid Cloud Strategy for Dummies. So don't forget to download that before you go. And of course, visit redhat.com for more information. And now it's time for our next prize drawing. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Casey Maguria from Utah. Congratulations, Casey Maguria from Utah. And our next grand prize, another tablet. That's going to Dylan Newell from Illinois. Congratulations. Got one more gift card and one more grand prize to give out still today. So make sure you stay tuned. And with that, I'm excited to introduce our final presenter on today's Cloud Megacast. That is Mr. Nick Howell, Global Field CTO for Cloud Data Services at NetApp. Nick, are you there?
I am here, David. How you doing, man?
Doing good. Great to be chatting with you again. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Well, I'd like to introduce you guys to, there we go. I'd like to introduce you guys to Chad. Chad is a IT admin, data center engineer, been doing this stuff for a long time. He has everything virtualized, everything is automated and orchestrated, ready to go. Everything is even running so smoothly that he is able to sit around and play some Call of Duty, as we've all done in the past, I'm sure, at some point, whether it's after hours or sitting around waiting for something to break. But the environment's running so well that they're able to kill some time. But in walks his boss after an executive luncheon meeting, and his boss looks at him and says, we need to have 60% of our stuff in the cloud by 2022. Chad looks at his computer and he thinks, well, what does that even mean? Okay. And I think that's the problem the reason I tell this story and try to open it up that way is because that's a problem that I run into at least weekly, if not daily sometimes, with people that aren't really sure what that is supposed to mean to, quote, have your stuff in the cloud. So I'm here today as someone who is a former admin, former data center engineer, former virtualization architect, storage engineer, all of that stuff that has struggled with this personally. When I came back to NetApp, I made it one of my own personal directives to not ever have to say the word ONTAP or storage array ever again, because I wanted to do everything in the cloud and learn the hard way. And this goes all the way back. I'll do a fun little self-deprecating picture here. When I got my MCSE 2000, that was the day that I thought I was going to conquer the world. I never needed to learn anything new. Little did I know about virtualization. Little did I know about anything else that we've learned in the last 20 years. But boy, if I've learned anything, it's that things are always going to change. And another fun one here I'll throw up for you guys for the nostalgia folks is, hey, the founder of NetApp went to school with the founder of Amazon. Jeff Bezos and he were friends and I believe roommates at Princeton all the way back in 1985. So it's always fun to try and tie these strings together when we talk about big technology companies and the small, big, humble beginnings that they all come from. The other thing that I wanted to highlight here is that when people hear the word NetApp, they immediately think physical storage array or some sort of storage services that are delivered online. And I'm here to tell you today that over the last 3 to 4 years, that has completely changed. In the mid-2010s, it took a bit of an attitude change from a company perspective to be able to switch that perspective around. And then we've made some very strategic acquisitions over the last 4 years, some of which I'm going to highlight today as quickly as I can, in order to try and change this perspective. But one of the big ones that we made initially was of Green Cloud. And we brought in Jansi Stephenson and his group and his team from Iceland. And his quote here really sets the stage for the NetApp of today. Over the last 18 months, NetApp has delivered more products, built and delivered more products and services in the last 18 months than we have in the last 25 years combined. So just as a primer here, before we get into this conversation, this is an adventure that we've been on as a company now since at least 2018, if not starting all the way back in 2016, as we've gone through this. And I'm happy to report that we have landed in a very, very good GA kind of place. And it's so good that we've actually gone out and made partnerships with all of the big 3 major cloud providers to deliver these products and services across the board. We're even having them used by some of the biggest customers. These are just happen to be ones that I can legally say who they are and put them out there. But Cardinal Health, McKesson, and Wuxi Nextcode, doing some genomics work, is taking advantage of a lot of these products and services that we are delivering in the cloud. And to take it even further without naming names, I can throw up here and say that, yes, this is a big bragging point. We're very proud of this because this has been a fun journey for the last 3 years as we've gone out and tried to get adoption on some of these cloud products and services. And even in the analyst community, they're starting to recognize that NetApp is no longer a storage company. We are a cloud portfolio company. And it's really taking a long time to turn this ship and make it so, but we had to get the products and services delivered, and we had to get the impressions changed out in the market. So what is it exactly that we've been out there doing? Well, there's an array of icons on the screen right now of things that we've been building. And each of these have either come through built from the ground up, adoption and evolution of existing products into more software-defined storage or SaaS offerings, or have they come through various acquisitions that we've made over the course of the last few years. And I like to use an analogy of building a house. You can't put the walls and the doors and the windows or even the roof up until you lay down a really, really solid foundation. And those first 4 icons there in purple are the foundation of this cloud house that we're building. We'll go over the differences between them, but the short version is you've got Cloud Volumes ONTAP that is effectively running a storage array as a virtual machine or set of virtual machines in the cloud, leveraging the native storage services from that cloud provider. If you want more horsepower than that, you can leverage one of the Cloud Volume services or Azure NetApp Files, which are essentially very similar, just have some nuance based on what's different at each of the cloud providers. But it is a managed service that's delivered, that just delivers you a volume and some data management services on a monthly basis for an OpEx type of bill, right? We've also got what I refer to as the windows, doors, and the walls. We need to move data there. Once we have an empty bucket, we have to fill it up with something. And how do we do that? Well, we've got some agnostic tools that require no NetApp on the back end. And in fact, they support all kinds of third-party stuff in our cloud sync, cloud backup, cloud tiering, and cloud compliance facilities, as well as the ability to do things such as backing up Office 365 to our storage as well using SaaS backup. That does also support Salesforce.com, and we have G Suite support coming in the very near future. Now, to watch all of this stuff going on, we needed to put a layer of monitoring on top of that. And we had an old product called On-Command Cloud Insights that was an installable, and you needed a VM, and it needed infrastructure to be able to run and collect all of its data. We've now moved that itself into a managed SaaS offering where we manage it on the back end, and you simply create and monitor all of your gear. And again, this can be third-party gear, cloud services, or on-prem NetApp products and software. And the last one down there is Project Astra. We made a pretty big announcement back in April, had a nice launch event for it. It has been in private preview for the last few months with some very large customers around the world, and we're hoping to bring that at least to a beta by the time we get to the end of the calendar year here in the next few months. But effectively, I'm going to talk about that more at the end, but it's basically a top-down application-driven infrastructure control plane. So things like building your applications with microservices and letting the application build the infrastructure beneath it. Just to get into Cloud Volume Service a little bit more, I want to draw some nuance around each of the different cloud providers that are out there. So each of them have their own ways of doing things and the ways that they partner with technology partners. And NetApp is no different to any of those. So with Cloud Volume Service in AWS and Google Cloud, you can think of it as a adjacent data center. There's an A700 all-flash array, our flagship box, delivering 6 nodes of horsepower and as much capacity as you could want. But the beauty is that you're being delivered sub-millisecond latencies, hundreds of thousands of IOPS at the turn of a dial. And it can simply change by you changing the service level. So you can go from 0 to 100 terabytes in seconds. You're simply just going to pay as you go. There's no need to manage nerd knobs or storage arrays or any of that kind of stuff. It's simply create a new volume. What do you want to name it? How big do you want it to be? And what service level do you want it to perform at? That's it. Tie it to an Active Directory, and you can mount it via SMB using your native facilities there. So, and this is integrated in both AWS and Google Cloud. Google Cloud, speaking of them, took it one step further and built it into their native dashboard. So in your blade on the left on Google Cloud, you now have the partners section at the bottom left, and you can find all of your integration points there, and NetApp Cloud Volumes is there. So creating a volume, mounting it to your workload, taking snapshots, setting up a schedule, all of the things you would normally do at a volume level to protect and manage data is still there, just like it would be on-prem. The difference is we've got the management of the physical devices themselves taken care of. So the higher levels of uptime than you would get with the cloud providers, higher levels of resiliency than you would get natively with the cloud providers, we're delivering that up there. Azure NetApp Files is the one that gets really interesting. Microsoft decided to one-up everything and install the storage arrays themselves inside of the regional data centers. So these A700 all-flash arrays are wired directly to the fabric interconnects in the Azure regional data centers. What that means is that your virtual machine, your instance, your VNet in Azure is getting instant access to it. There is no latency. In fact, it's sub-millisecond latency when we get down to that, and can deliver hundreds of thousands of IOPS, even at just the middle tier, the premium tier, not even the extreme or ultimate tiers. You can get on-prem style caliber of performance in the cloud, turnkey, with Azure NetApp Files. It's one of the fastest growing services in Azure right now, according to Microsoft. And the beauty is that if you already have an established agreement, an enterprise agreement with some Azure commit, some Azure credits built into that, it will draw down your Azure credits the same way any other Azure service will. Microsoft owns it. It is a first-party service from them. They provide all the support, but behind the scenes, there's a very large co-opted engineering and support effort going on behind the scenes. So we're very excited about the future of Azure NetApp Files and what else will happen with Cloud Volume Service as people begin to adopt it even more. On the other side of this, we've got Cloud Volumes on Tap. So Cloud Volumes on Tap is basically the, well, it's not building out, unfortunately. So the Cloud Volumes on Tap software, it basically, if you took the ONTAP operating system that you run on your storage arrays, thank you, David, if that's you doing that, the storage operating system that runs on your storage arrays on-prem, we ported that and made a version of it that would run in a virtual machine inside of any of the three major cloud providers. This does span availability zones, so you can have multiple instances running in different availability zones and configure them in an HA fashion. And anybody that's worked in the cloud at all in the last few years knows that every week an availability zone goes down and you lose access to stuff. So part of the architecture work for designing a solution like this is to make sure that you have some high availability there. We support that natively. And it goes even further than that to be able to deliver block storage via iSCSI as well as file via NFS and CIFS, and allow you to do tiering and connectivity with S3, Blob, Google Object, and be able to snap mirror it back and forth between on-prem arrays. And it's all managed within Cloud Manager as a single control plane to be able to deliver all of this to you. It has full integration with our Kubernetes solutions and our Trident software for persistent storage. It is really the all-inclusive Cadillac of storage management if you want the full experience, if you need all of the flex and snap words that NetApp is famous for, that this is the way to get it done. This is delivered either in a pay-go model, so a monthly bill, or you can even buy annual licenses for this software, all right? So Cloud Manager, I mentioned a couple of times, we've just recently launched the full SaaS version of it. No longer do you need to install an instance or a vApp, such as in your own on-prem infrastructure. We just run it and manage it for you. You authenticate to it with your cloud.netapp.com account, and you can manage all of your storage wherever it is, on-prem or in any of the three clouds or all of the above. And you can manage the relationships between all of those with drag and drop functionality, full menus, volume creation, snap mirror relationships. Everything that you have come to know and love about NetApp and ONTAP is available to you with Cloud ONTAP and Cloud Manager. Right? At the end of the day, this is what it really breaks down to. Are you an existing NetApp customer that needs all of the flex and snap words? Does your team need the ability to have that same knowledge and skill set and transfer that into your cloud operations? Fantastic. CVO is a wonderful, wonderful thing for you to use. It's going to be turnkey. You're going to have a blast. It works in single node or HA across all three clouds. Okay. If you are doing development, or you just have if you have tier 1 applications or anything like that that just need a volume, that just need some high performance raw horsepower capacity, fantastic. We've got CVS and ANF across all three clouds as well in a PaaS format that either sends you a monthly bill or draws down your enterprise agreements that you have with those cloud providers. So that's really the breakdown. Do you need IaaS or do you need PaaS? The beauty is we see most customers using some semblance of both. We actually see most people using both. They will usually start with Cloud Volumes on Tap and graduate over to just running their workloads natively in the cloud using some of these PaaS offerings because they recognize the performance gains that they get and the cost savings for that matter. As I said before, though, once we get that up there, we need a way to put data in it. We can't just have an empty bucket sitting up in the cloud. So as we do these sort of migrations, remember, it's not just about having storage, it's about managing data. So for all of those Cloud Volume Services volumes that you've created across the three clouds, you need a way to back those up as well. So we have the Cloud Backup Service, which is simply an option to toggle on each volume that will back it up to whatever cloud provider's object store you have, or if you can even bring it back to on-prem with Storage Grid from NetApp. We have SaaS Backup for Office 365. Cloud Sync is a snap mirror similar type of functionality where you can use it as an evacuation tool or a migration tool, and then establish ongoing sync relationships at anywhere from 5 minutes to hourly to daily, whatever schedule you would like to do. We all even support tiering as a service now, where across any of our facilities or any of our cloud volumes, you can set up this cloud tiering service to be able to move data from one place to another based on policies, things like age dates and last accessed and all of that kind of stuff. Cloud compliance, to close things out here, is it's a result of an acquisition that we made from Cognigo last year. Cognigo was doing some really cool stuff around detecting user data, specifically around credit card transactional data, social security numbers, things like that. So it's a service that will scan for GDPR and CCPA equivalents within your data sets that you add to the service, such as you can add a number of volumes, or you can just give it your Azure subscription ID and it will scan all of your data in there. It will help you with masking. It can help you with GDPR requests. All of that stuff is really, really cool. At the end of the day, what we're looking at here is a full solution. We support full Linux and Windows, NFS and SMB. We can even do iSCSI if we want to, if you need to, with Cloud Volumes ONTAP. If you're building new applications, if you're transferring user virtual desktops and you need home directories and departmental shares, if you have a big database that needs to live in the cloud so that it's a little bit more ubiquitous and accessible, any solution is possible right now since we've got all of these put together. And the beauty of this, everything that I've just talked about, all of the UIs are built from a common API. So we have not only can we give you these SaaS offerings through web browsers, but we can also give you an API that you can automate against. You can get into and get your keys from your cloud providers, and then you can do everything you need to with whatever platform you're using today. This works great with things such as CI/CD workflows, whether it's Jenkins, ServiceNow, anything like that directly integrates as long as we've got full Swagger support on all of these APIs as well. So you'll have a really good time if you're getting into the cloud and you're doing a lot of automation and orchestration workflows. This is going to be the right choice for you. And to kind of wrap things up here a little bit, Project Astra, as I mentioned earlier, is really about a new mantra that we're taking on in public cloud services over at NetApp, what we like to call application-driven infrastructure. So for too long, and I'm guilty of this myself as a former admin and engineer, for too long I was the gatekeeper for developers, for app owners, all of that stuff. I would have a queue around my desk for people waiting to get a new volume, waiting to get more capacity, needing a new virtual machine. I had the keys to the kingdom. Well, what if we could just set up a set of global infrastructure, define some policies, and allow application owners to create their apps, upload, whether it's Node.js, whether it's React, whatever it is, and they can just upload it, put it into a platform that gives you the ability to have a policy around deployment, performance, and protection, and then allow that application and the control plane itself to orchestrate the infrastructure that gets stood up underneath to support that stuff. We've seen some semblance of this with automation and orchestration and virtualization, but we haven't seen it go down to the application level. It's usually down to a template or something along those lines with regards to virtual machines. We're taking it all the way up to layer 7. We're going to allow Kubernetes basically to orchestrate all of the infrastructure that gets spun up underneath. We're going to deliver kubeconfigs. We're going to be able to sync stuff. We're going to leverage all of our cloud facilities and our on-prem facilities in a hybrid fashion. And you'll be able to span it all with this one central sort of universal control plane. So to wrap things up here, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come on and speak to you guys today. You can make the change. And I know, don't be like Chad at the beginning. Don't rest on your laurels. Don't sit around and play Call of Duty. It's coming. The cloud is here. It has arrived. We've got your back. We're one of the, if not the only storage company that has a real play in the cloud. And at the end of the day, we see the 3 big cloud providers. We see what VMware is doing, and we see what NetApp is doing, and we look around and we don't see much else. So if you need a fully baked solution to move your workloads to the cloud, to start up new workloads in the cloud, you can never have touched an ONTAP array before and have a really good time using things like Cloud Volume Service and Azure NetApp Files. All of this can be found over at cloud.netapp.com. We have a full list of solutions. You can do demos, free trials, videos, pricing information. All of it is over there at cloud.netapp.com. You can find everything. There's not a PowerPoint slide I could show you that doesn't have an equivalent thing for you guys to visit as well. If you have any questions, feel free to hit me up in some of the places that I hang out. You can find me on Twitter at DataCenterDude. We've got a great budding Discord community full of over 300 technologists. So I encourage everybody to come and jump in to see us on Discord. And I also stream over on Twitch every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at twitch.tv/DataCenterDude. So come join the channel over there. We hang out. We do watch parties for all the virtual events. It's a really, really good time. So thank you very much. David, did we have any questions come in?
We do, yeah. Great presentation, Nick, as always. Really cool
Thanks,
stuff
sir.
that you guys are doing at NetApp. I'm just going to bring up this poll question while we do some Q&A for the audience out there. It says, what additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? I encourage everyone to answer that poll. We do appreciate it. Let's see, first question that came in, Peter's asking, is it only GCP, AWS, and Azure that NetApp supports?
Today, currently, yes. We have been in talks with IBM Cloud, and we have been in talks with Alibaba Cloud as well. But those are future. The current ones today that are fully baked are the big three.
Nice. Okay. And that's awesome. Let's see. Next question. Can NetApp help if I have on-prem gear like Dell and want to get into AWS Cloud?
If you're saying from Dell, I'm assuming you mean servers. Can we help with that? We can help you move the data. We can help you move your applications and workload. I can't help you move that server, though, unfortunately. I'm gonna ask you to throw that Dell server away.
That'd be hard. But yeah, you can help with the important stuff, which is the data and the applications. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
We can help orchestrate the movement of the workload, and that includes the storage especially. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. Another question here. What's your take on the market demand for file storage in the cloud opposed to object storage?
Well, that's a really good one. So previously, the best way to answer this is that before we came around, Google Cloud did not have native SMB. Before we came around, Azure did not have native NFS. So we've come through and made sort of a ubiquitous layer providing both on the similar platform, giving you with the same Google Cloud Volume Service account, you can do both NFS and SMB volumes, native integration with your Active Directory. So where we made the change, we saw people struggling to get the performance they need, and for some reason people started adopting object storage and using it as primary storage. Not really sure why. Maybe it was just they didn't understand the back end of storage, the inner workings of storage. But at the end of the day, it's not performant enough to run the biggest applications in the world that need that raw horsepower. It's great for just ongoing long-term capacity on demand, but it takes a lot of horsepower to really take advantage of what object could potentially deliver you. So as we've come, we love object storage. Storage Grid is, I think, in my opinion, one of our best kept secrets that more people need to know about. But to transcend that into the cloud, you can definitely take advantage of the object storage, whether it's Google Cloud Object, Google Object, Azure Blob, or AWS S3. We integrate with all of those.
Next question here. What does Cloud Volumes provide for backup? How do you back up Cloud Volumes?
That's a great question. I went over that a little bit, and unfortunately I don't have time to go into it. But if you think about it, when you create a Cloud Volume, we have that Cloud Backup Service, or CBS. We have a lot of acronyms, as most companies do. Cloud Backup Service is an additional a la carte add-on so that when you have Cloud Volume Service or Azure NetApp files, much like Microsoft doesn't back up your Office 365 for you, you need to back that up yourself. And if you're not, you should be looking into that as soon as possible. But when you create a volume in the sky, regardless of what cloud provider it is, we wanted to provide a way for you to take advantage of some of NetApp's technology around snapshots. So what we can do is when you create a new volume, there'll be a little toggle, like a little radio button that says Enable Cloud Backup Services, and it'll give you the ability to schedule hourly, daily, weekly, monthly snapshot schedules, which will then back up to that cloud provider's object storage, whether it's S3, Blob, or Google Object.
Got it. Okay. And then to be clear, we can use Cloud Volumes on tap on AWS without having NetApp hardware on premises?
Correct. You can absolutely do that. And it's delivered in the same way. The nuance of Cloud Volumes on tap is that the back-end storage is still the cloud provider's native storage. So you're still in AWS, to your example, you're still leveraging EBS volumes behind the scenes to build out your aggregates and volumes that Cloud Volumes ONTAP will present to your workloads. The beauty is that we act as that abstraction layer. You don't have to do any of the complex stuff that you normally have to do configuring EBS for that, or anything else in AWS for that matter. And we just give you a sort of orchestrated platform to deliver volumes to your workloads. And you don't really have to care about the back end too much. We're going to scale that for you. We're going to, as your capacity starts to fill up, we're going to automatically add additional volumes in order to compensate for that. So no, you don't have to be a NetApp customer. You don't have to have ONTAP on-prem. Does it help you? Do I see most people going to Cloud Volumes ONTAP first if they are an existing customer? Absolutely, because there's a certain, we've spoiled our customers over the last 20 years, David. SnapMirror is amazing. All of the FlexVol technology that we can do in order to do instant clones, all of that stuff, people get really hooked on that. So it's very easy to see the transition. But is it required to have NetApp on-prem? Absolutely not.
Got it. Okay. And then so the best place to get started is to go to cloud.netapp.com. Is that right?
Absolutely. And at the top, you'll see products and solutions in menus, and you can go to any of the products there. You'll see a lot of information on our most recent acquisitions that, unfortunately, I just don't have time to go into today. But Talon for our global file cache is a great distributed file system for global distribution of file services. And the newest one, Spot. If you're having problems with costs in the cloud, start with Spot. That is your best place to go, and it can help you manage those costs, reserve instances at cheaper values for longer terms, etc. But yes, all that can be found at the top of cloud.netapp.com.
Excellent. All right. Well, it's been great chatting with you again, Nick. Great presentation. Thanks for being on.
Awesome. Thanks so much, David. I appreciate it.
For more information, like Nick said, go to cloud.netapp.com, sign up, give it a try for yourself. Also, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. There's a white paper by ActualTech Media around using NetApp Cloud Volumes for Microsoft workloads on AWS. A great resource that you need to check out before we wrap up today's event, which is happening here in just a minute. Before we go, I want to announce the final prize winners. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Patrick Honey from California. Congratulations, Patrick Honey or Honey from California. And our final grand prize for another Microsoft Surface is going to Neil Singh from Missouri. Congratulations, Neil Singh from Missouri. Tons of prize winners today, tons of excellent presentations, and tons of great questions from you out there in the audience. So thank you, everyone. Of course, we appreciate your support, and we appreciate the great feedback. Before you go, don't forget to subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast, as well as our LinkedIn channel, and also our YouTube page. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming EcoCast or Megacast event, reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com, and we would love to chat with you. And don't forget, next week, our next big event, and boy, is it a big event. You'll hear from 15 different companies back-to-back on our virtual summit event on developing an IT strategy covering storage, infrastructure, cloud, DR, security, and beyond, happening next week. After this event ends, you'll be automatically redirected to our events website where you can register for the virtual summit. I hope to see you there. I hope that you enjoyed today's event as I did, and we'll see you next time. Have a great day. Bye-bye.